Chapter 122. The tense atmosphere lightened with Gu's arrival, but Long Feiye's question caused everyone to tense up again. Long Feiye wasn't mistaken. It was precisely because Huiyang had colluded with a mole that those assassins had been able to kidnap Qin Wangfei so easily. Your Highness Duke of Qin, just as the steward was about to explain, Gu interrupted with a smile. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one chased esteemed Wangfei all the way from Nanshan to here to ensure that esteemed Wangfei didn't come to any harm. Is this enough to offset my mistake? Guard Shangguan hurriedly chimed in. Your Highness Duke of Qin, it's all thanks to our owner. Otherwise we would have been a step too late. These words were clearly trying to steal the Duke of Qin's credit. Guard Shangguan was usually a quick-witted person, but in front of His Highness Duke of Qin, he always spoke the truth. At this time, speaking the truth was undoubtedly the same as speaking the wrong thing. Long Feiye didn't like to hear it, and his cold gaze grew even colder. Of course, Long Feiye couldn't refute the truth. However, he could ignore it. What's with the injury on her arm? Long Feiye immediately asked. If he hadn't reminded her, Han Yunxi would have forgotten that her arm was injured by Gu. It was also because of this whip that Gu had the opportunity to snatch her away from the masked assassins. This whip was actually worth it. This one was careless and injured it while trying to save someone. Gu was very honest. An injury is an injury. There's no reason for it. Long Feiye refuted everything with a single sentence. Gu didn't seem to care. He simply smiled, as if saying, "Do as you please." However, the steward wasn't willing to give up. He hurriedly said, Your Highness Duke of Qin, I beg you, on account of my master's actions in saving someone, please forgive the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop. Gu looked indifferent and did not stop Guard Shangguan from begging for mercy. Who knew that Long Feiye's next sentence would leave Guard Shangguan speechless? He said, Rescuing Qin Wangfei is something that should be done. It's not considered a merit, so how can it be offset? Mu Qingwu listened from the side. He wanted to help Guard Shangguan, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. He had a feeling that His Highness Duke of Qin was in a bad mood because of Guard Shangguan's honest words. Finally, Gu's smiling peach blossom eyes flashed with a trace of malice, but it was hidden as soon as it appeared. He was still smiling like a flower. Your Highness is right. Is the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House willing to listen to your orders? He chased after Han Yunxi and saved Han Yunxi for two reasons. Firstly, he was very interested in this woman and wanted to make friends with her. Secondly, he wanted to see who dared to lay an ambush in his Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. As for compensating for his mistakes with merits, he had never thought about it, nor did he need it. The Heavenly Fragrance Tea House was one of his favorite properties in Tianing country. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartache. But no matter how much he liked it, it was just a tea house. He could afford to lose it. But as soon as Guard Shangguan heard these words, he cried out, Your Highness Duke of Qin is a magnanimous man. I beg Your Highness Duke of Qin to be lenient. A traitor had caused Qin Wangfei to be kidnapped. This crime was enough to shut down the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House and confiscate everything in the national treasury. The owner had invested money in buying the land, but he was the one managing it. Guard Shangguan's heart was bleeding. Unexpectedly, Long Fei said coldly, Your lordship is already being magnanimous by not investigating the mistakes of you and your servant. Aside from this, your lordship will investigate everything and everyone in the Celestial Fragrance Tea Plantation to the end. At these words, Gu finally narrowed his eyes. Long Feiye wasn't investigating him, but the tea house and its people. Without a doubt, he was investigating his background. What he hated the most was people investigating him. Gu was about to speak when Han Yunxi beat him to it. Your Highness, if Gu hadn't acted in time, Chenxia would have lost her life long ago. Chenxia doesn't blame the young general, nor does she want to blame anyone in the tea house. Moreover, Gu risked his life to save me just then. He was brave and fearless. Based on this point alone, Chenxie is willing to pardon his crimes. Han Yunxi emphasized the part about risking his life to save Long Fei Yi. Her clear eyes stared straight into Long Fei Yi's, her attitude resolute. No one expected Han Yunxi to open her mouth to plead for leniency. No, to be exact, she wasn't pleading for leniency. She was directly asking for forgiveness. It wasn't clear what had angered Long Fei Yi. His nose trembled slightly as he said coldly, "You don't have the right to ask for forgiveness. Chenxie does. The one who was kidnapped was Chenxie, not your highness." Han Yunxi challenged him on the spot, leaving Mu Qingwu and guard Shangguan dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Gu's lips quirked up as he rejoiced in her misfortune. Even Emperor Tianhui had never challenged Long Fei Yi to his face. Was Han Yunxi pulling on the dragon's whiskers and touching his reverse scale in public? She had guts. If one listened carefully, they'd be able to hear Long Fei Yi clench his fists in his sleeves. His face was still expressionless as he reminded her word by word, "Han Yunxi, everything about you belongs to your lordship. Your authority belongs to me as well. In front of your lordship, you have no right at all." Han Yunxi was afraid of Long Fei, but every time she lost her temper, she forgot her fear. She refused to budge an inch, but gave tit for tat as she retorted word by word, "Chenxie refuses to accept this. Chenxie will enter the palace to see His Majesty and ask him to make a decision." Heavens! If this wasn't a threat, what else could it be? Mu Qingwu and guard Shangguan both sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but worry. Would this woman lose her life before she even entered the palace, or even before she walked out of these mountains? Wasn't this a little too audacious? She'd been betrothed to His Highness Duke of Qin by the Empress Dowager, but now she dared to use the Emperor to threaten His Highness Duke of Qin. Had this woman gone mad? It had to be said that even the gloating Gu had raised an eyebrow as he gave Han Yunxi a strange look. This woman was quite the hard-working one. Was she really that grateful to him in her heart? Finally, the veins on Long Fei Yi's forehead bulged. His expression was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. Just when everyone thought he'd fly into a rage, he didn't say another word. He grabbed Han Yunxi and left in a flash. A complicated look flashed through Gu's eyes. He was about to give chase when Mu Qingwu stopped him. "Gu, His Highness is in a fit of anger right now. You'd better take care of yourself." Gu chuckled and taunted, "What? The young general has been pardoned. Doesn't it hurt your back to stand and talk?" This evildoer really had a venomous tongue. His words hit Mu Qingwu's sore spot. Mu Qingwu was actually the main culprit in this matter. If he hadn't gone to beg and brought esteemed Wang Fei to the tea-house, esteemed Wang Fei wouldn't have been involved in the 10,000 snake poison case and wouldn't have been targeted by the assassins. Mu Qingwu felt apologetic in his heart. He resentfully let go of his hand and didn't say anything. However, Gu didn't plan on giving chase. He glanced at guard Shangguan and lazily said, "Shangguan, let's go back. Villa Lord, what should we do? What if His Highness Duke of Qin really does seal the tea-house? Villa Lord, is there no room for discussion? Esteemed Villa Lord, why don't you chase after them and take a look?" Despite guard Shangguan's persuasion, Gu didn't seem to hear a thing. His lips curled into a smile as he walked lazily and elegantly. After walking for a while, he lightly tapped his foot and gracefully flew up. His wide red dress fluttered lightly as he flew into the distance like a red iris. "Master!" Guard Shangguan anxiously chased after him. Mu Qingwu watched them disappear into the distance before gently exhaling. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. He was more worried about esteemed Wang Fei. In the past few days, he hadn't counted how many mountains he had chased after. He estimated that it would take a few days to return. Mu Qingwu wanted to find His Highness Duke of Qin, but he didn't have the courage. Long Fei Yi held Han Yunxi in his hand as he rapidly traversed through the forest. His face was expressionless and he didn't say a word. His large hand just happened to be wrapped around the whip wound on Han Yunshi's arm. Han Yunshi's brows furrowed in pain, but she didn't cry out. Her face was even paler than before and her eyes were downcast. It wasn't clear whether it was because she was angry or because she really didn't have the strength. She leaned against Long Fei's chest, throwing her entire weight onto him. Finally, at sunset, the furious Long Fei felt a sticky sensation on his hand. He slowed down and looked down. He saw that his hand was tightly wrapped around the whip wound on Han Yunshi's arm. Whether it was her arm or his hand, they were both covered in blood. "Damn it!" Long Fei growled. He immediately landed under a large tree. He let go of Han Yunshi and coldly ordered, "Treat the wound immediately." Unexpectedly, as soon as he let go, Han Yunshi leaned against the tree trunk. She couldn't stand steadily at all and slowly fell to the side. After running around for several days, she was so tired that she didn't dare to close her eyes. In addition, she had just been poisoned with a mess of poisons that had accumulated in her body. Coupled with the pain in her arm, how could her frail body withstand it? She had been stubbornly relying on her mental strength to support herself. Now she was really tired. At this moment, she didn't care about the pain or goo. She just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. It would be better if she never woke up. Seeing that Han Yunshi ignored him and slowly leaned down, Long Fei urged unhappily, "Did you hear me?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunshi really fell to the ground. Long Fei was shocked. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with this woman. He strode forward and caught her. Han Yunshi looked up slightly at him. Her pale lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed to be self-deprecating and contemptuous. Long Fei felt very uncomfortable looking at her. "What's wrong with you?" Long Fei helped her sit down. His voice was still cold. Han Yunshi leaned against his arm. Her eyes were drooping and almost closed. She let him ask her anything. She didn't look at him or speak. He didn't know if she was ignoring him or she didn't have the energy to do so. "Han Yunshi, say something." Long Fei's cold voice revealed some anxiety. However, Han Yunshi didn't respond. In the dim light, her face was as pale as a dying person. Long Fei hurriedly took her pulse. He still knew the basics of pulse reading. Only now did he realize that this woman was terrifyingly weak. In this situation, if she lost more blood, it would be very fatal. He had already thrown his monstrous anger to the back of his mind. He hurriedly took her medical bag. When he opened it, he realized that this seemingly all-purpose medical bag didn't have many things in it. Other than some medicine that he didn't recognize, there were only some gold needles and gauze. Fortunately, he was a martial arts practitioner, so he carried Jinchuang ointment with him. Long Fei let Han Yunshi lean against the tree trunk and sit steadily. Only then did he help her bandage her wound. However, Han Yunshi was so tired that she couldn't sit still. When Long Fei let go, she fell to the side again. Chapter 123. This woman, why was she trying to be strong for Gu, who she didn't even know? Long Fei's face was full of displeasure, but he still held Han Yunshi with one hand and took off his cloak with the other. Only then did he let her lie down slowly. The extremely exhausted Han Yunshi felt as if she was in a bed the moment she touched the ground. She closed her eyes without a care for anything else, as if she was sleeping, as if she was unconscious. "Hey! Han Yunshi!" Long Fei pushed her a few times, but she still didn't respond. His handsome brows unconsciously furrowed. He couldn't care less and first helped her stop the bleeding. Although his complexion wasn't very good, Long Fei's hands were very careful and gentle. No one knew that the aloof and cold His Highness Duke of Qin could be so gentle when treating your injuries. If Han Yunshi hadn't fainted, she would have been so nervous that she couldn't breathe, just like last time when he rubbed her feet. Unfortunately, she was already unconscious. The whip wound on her arm wasn't shallow. Her clothes were rolled up into the wound and mixed with the flesh and blood. It was a shocking sight. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Long Fei Yi. However, he still carefully removed the clothes that were rolled up in the flesh and blood, as if he was afraid that Han Yunshi would feel pain. He glanced at her from time to time, and only continued when he saw that she was quiet. After treating the wound, applying medicine and bandaging it to stop the bleeding, he finally finished before the sky turned dark. It was already winter, and in this deep forest, it was even colder at night. Long Fei Yi started a fire. After hesitating for a long time, he still picked up Han Yunshi and let her sleep in his arms. Although there was a cloak on the ground, it was still cold. Han Yunshi, who had originally been curled up, was snuggled into his warm embrace. She actually opened her eyes in a daze. Long Fei Yi looked down from above, his voice cold without a trace of warmth. Awake? Han Yunshi looked at him and then looked around. She only felt that her head was heavy and throbbing. After a while, she came to her senses and understood what was going on. Once she understood, she struggled to get up, but Long Fei Yi held her down and said coldly, "You're so weak. Do you still want to die?" Han Yunshi glanced at her arm and chuckled. "I don't want to. Lie down obediently if you don't want to die." Long Fei Yi's expression was not pleasant. He turned his gaze away and looked into the darkness ahead. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi suddenly cried out and spat out a mouthful of black blood before coughing violently. "You're poisoned!" Long Fei Yi was shocked. He never thought that Han Yunshi, a detoxification expert, would also be poisoned. However, the symptoms of his previous poisoning were also spitting out black blood. He was very sure that this was poisoning. Han Yunshi's already pale face became even paler. Her entire body was as weak as a thin piece of paper. If not for Long Fei Yi holding her in his arms, she would probably have been blown away by the wind. She was a detoxification expert. If she was poisoned, she would be able to detoxify it almost immediately. However, she gave that almost immediately to him and forgot about herself. "Medicine, bring me my medical kit," Han Yunshi said weakly. Long Fei Yi immediately took the medical kit and poured out all the medicine inside. He asked in a deep voice, "Which one? Which one?" Looking at the bottles and jars on the ground, Han Yunshi suddenly wanted to cry. There was no antidote in the medical kit. She only wanted to use the medical kit as a cover to reach into the space of the detoxification system to get the antidote. This guy poured out all the medicine. How was she going to get it? Bastard! I really didn't want to meet you. Han Yunshi wanted to cry but had no tears. Long Fei Yi angrily shouted at her, "Which one? Tell me." His anger could not hide his anxiety. Han Yunshi laid in the crook of his arm and looked up at his cold and handsome face. She was dizzy. Suddenly, she asked without thinking, "Long Fei Yi, you used me as bait to lure the enemy. What if I got bitten?" She was overjoyed that he came to save her. If he came to use her as bait to catch a big fish, she would rather he not come. Anyway, she thought that he wouldn't come at that time. The most hateful thing in the world was to give someone hope and then disappoint them. Long Fei never expected Han Yunshi to ask such a question. He looked at her and gave a start, but quickly recovered his wits. "I won't," he said mildly. "No what?" Han Yunshi asked again. Her drowsy eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She looked pitiful and lovely. Long Fei Yi looked at her, but he did not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. He suddenly said angrily, "Where is the antidote?" Startled, Han Yunshi's hazy eyes immediately vanished as she woke up 70% of her senses. Damn it! What kind of question did she ask? "Where is the antidote?" Long Fei Yi asked again in a low voice. He was on the verge of exploding. "Let me think about it," Han Yunshi answered timidly. It was as if he was the one who was poisoned and not her, so she was in a hurry to get the antidote. Her so-called think was, of course, activating the detoxification system. Han Yunshi thought about it and tried hard to concentrate. If it were any other time, it would just take some effort. However, at this time, she was exhausted and had a hard time doing it. She had no choice but to close her eyes. Seeing this, Long Fei panicked again. What's wrong? I'm thinking. Han Yunshi was suffering but could not say it out loud. Long Fei knitted his brows, not daring to disturb her any further. Han Yunshi thought it over for a while before she finally focused her attention on activating the detox system. A few bottles of pills were placed in her hands, which she hid in her sleeves. One had to know that this was a few bottles of pills, not just a few pills. God knows how much energy Han Yunshi had to spend. In short, once the pills were in her hand, she almost fainted again. Seeing her slowly open her eyes, Long Fei, who was always strong and had limited patience, did not rush her. He looked at her with concern and did not say a word. Seeing him like this, Han Yunshi could not help but laugh. She felt that she was so tired that her brain must have been damaged. She actually saw anxiety and concern in this cold-blooded guy's eyes. The pills are all hidden in my sleeve. One bottle, one pill, she said tiredly. Long Fei hurriedly looked for the pills and really took out a few small porcelain bottles from her sleeve. Hiding pills in one's sleeve was a very normal thing. Long Fei did not suspect much and poured out one pill from each bottle according to her instructions. There were a total of 6 pills. Long Fei's hand came close to Han Yunshi's mouth. He did not realize that his voice had become much gentler. Open your mouth. Han Yunshi was dizzy and did not think much before opening her mouth. Unexpectedly, Long Fei hurriedly poured all 6 pills into her mouth. Han Yunshi was not afraid of bitter pills, but she was most afraid of swallowing them. Her ability to swallow pills was even weaker than a 3-year-old child's. Every time she took pills, she had to swallow them one by one with full concentration. She was not good at it in the first place. In addition, she almost did not even have the strength to breathe at this time. How could she swallow all 6 pills at once? The pills were stuck in her throat. Her face turned purple, and she suddenly coughed violently and retched repeatedly. Long Fei did not expect this. He hurriedly let her lie down on her side and patted her back anxiously. Han Yunshi was so uncomfortable that her tears fell. One had to know that the size of these 6 pills was equivalent to the size of 6 modern capsules. She retched with all her might. It was as if she was vomiting with her life. After a while, she finally vomited out all 6 pills before she choked to death. Phew! After heaving a sigh of relief, Han Yunshi's tears also fell drop by drop. At this time, she did not have any strength left. She felt like a balloon with all the air sucked out of her body. She lay on her side in the crook of Long Fei's arm. Her head and eyes were lowered. Her eyes were empty. It was really uncomfortable. Long Fei, you bastard. Are you saving people or trying to murder them? Haven't you fed a patient medicine before? Who knew that at this time she heard Long Fei's disdainful voice? Why are you so stupid? The exhausted Han Yunshi wished that she could kill this fellow with her gaze. Unfortunately, she did not even have the strength to glare at him. She just lay there with her head hanging down. Long Fei had never taken care of anyone before, especially a woman. How would he know how delicate a woman's body was? He gently patted Han Yunshi's back. Seeing that she had stopped vomiting, he poured out another 6 pills. Get up and swallow them one by one. But Han Yunshi did not move. She was so weak that she did not even have the strength to lift her head. Long Fei picked up her head. If you don't take the medicine, the poison will take effect and you will die. Don't blame Ben Wang for not saving you. Who knew that Han Yunshi's small head would softly slide down from his hand. At this time, Long Fei finally realized the seriousness of the situation. This woman was so weak that it was frightening. Long Fei's heart flashed with a sense of fear that even he was unfamiliar with. In a panic, he immediately sent out a palm of true qi and poured it into Han Yunshi's back. But who knew that after this palm of true qi was poured in, Han Yunshi would spit out 3 mouthfuls of black blood. Long Feiyi then realized his mistake. This woman was already poisoned. If he poured his true qi into her, it would speed up the blood circulation and it would undoubtedly speed up the poison's reaction. He had always been calm and had never made such a mistake in a panic. What was going on this time? In order to transfer his true qi to her, he had to first remove the poison in her body. A trace of irritation flashed across his handsome face. Long Feiyi was still patient. He took out a pill and was about to stuff it into Han Yunshi's mouth. But very quickly, he stopped. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, this woman would vomit it out again. Helpless, he could only place the pill in his palm and put it close to her mouth. Eat it yourself. 1 pill at a time. That palm of true qi caused the poison to run amok in Han Yunshi's body. At the same time, it also made her more energetic. She looked at the medicine in Long Feiyi's palm and slowly raised her head. Seeing this, Long Feiyi immediately carefully supported her. Antidote her life-saving antidote Han Yunshi was actually more anxious than Long Feiyi. But she was really frightened earlier and did not dare to let Long Feiyi feed her again. She forced herself to support herself. Tilting her head, she leaned close to his hand. Her orchid breath poured into his palm. It was soft and fluffy and indescribably comfortable. Then, Han Yunshi stretched out her small tongue and gently rolled up a pill. Inadvertently, the soft tip of her tongue swept across Long Feiyi's palm. Long Feiyi could not help but feel his body and mind sway. He felt a numb feeling spread from his palm to his entire body. Han Yunshi forced herself to swallow the pill and leaned over again. Her soft tongue once again rolled up Long Feiyi's palm. Long Feiyi unconsciously tensed up. He felt an indescribable sense of loss. By the time Han Yunshi took away the pills for the 3rd time, Long Fei was already on the verge of losing all his self-control. This was simply torture, but he still felt a little fascinated by the feeling. This tormenting little demoness. If this went on, the self-control that he had been proud of all these years would definitely collapse. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore. He withdrew his palm and said in a low voice, "I'll feed you." Han Yunshi looked at him, her eyes filled with fear. 1 pill at a time. Eat it yourself. Long Feiyi said patiently. Then, without waiting for Han Yunshi's consent, he took the pill and stuffed it between her tightly shut lips. Han Yunshi saw the veins on his forehead bulging and thought that this impatient guy was angry again. She did not dare to refuse and obediently ate the pill. 1 pill at a time. He finally swallowed all 6 pills without a hitch. Chapter 124. Han Yunshi took 6 antidote. After the antidotes took effect, Long Feiyi transferred 3 streams of true energy to her. Every time the true qi entered her body, Han Yunshi felt refreshed and refreshed. It was as if she'd been instantly filled with blood. Unfortunately, she was still too tired, so this feeling only lasted for a moment. After 3 streams of true energy, her pulse wasn't that weak anymore. However, her body still didn't have much strength. She was paralyzed in the crook of Long Feiyi's arm. She didn't even bother to move her eyelids. Long Feiyi didn't move either. His arm bore all of her strength. The surroundings were silent. The flames of the bonfire jumped. The wind under the tree wasn't strong, but they could hear the whistling of the wind in the distance. Tonight, it looked like they would have to spend the night here. After a while, Long Feiyi's handsome brows returned to their usual calmness. He looked at Han Yunshi, who was lying on her side in the crook of his arm. His eyes flashed with a trace of complexity, as if he was thinking about something. As for Han Yunshi, once the poison in her body was cured, she was relieved to completely hand herself over to Long Feiyi. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times and her eyes slowly closed. She fell asleep. As for the matter with Gu, it seemed that the 2 of them had forgotten about it. Neither of them took the initiative to mention it since the afternoon. As the night deepened, Long Feiyi slowly recovered from his own world. Seeing Han Yunxi sleeping so peacefully, he subconsciously reached out to brush away the strands of hair that had fallen on her cheek. However, when he touched her hair, his fingers suddenly froze. After pausing for a while, he didn't continue and withdrew his hand. He didn't like this strange feeling of losing control. Once he withdrew his hand, he put Han Yunxi down and let her lean against the tree trunk to sleep. He was also sleepy and didn't have the habit of sleeping with a woman. Just as he was about to climb up the tree, he stopped as he remembered something. He checked Han Yunxi's ankle and found traces of dried blood on the gauze. Troublesome. Long Fei had lost count of how many times he'd knitted his brows tonight. He'd just taken out some medicine from his medical pouch and carefully changed the dressing on Han Yunxi's wounds again. After he finished, it was already the middle of the night. Han Yunxi wrapped herself in the cloak and slept soundly. Seeing this, Long Fei gently smiled. He really didn't know why this woman didn't have any vigilance? Wasn't she afraid that he would leave her in the wilderness? He looked down on such a thoughtless woman. When Han Yunxi woke up the next morning, she found herself leaning against a large tree trunk. The fire in front of her had long been extinguished. She was draped in Long Fei's cloak, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Her head was still a bit dizzy. After she vomited out the 6 pills last night, she was in a semi-conscious state. She only remembered that Long Fei had given her 3 streams of true energy. As for how she ate the 6 antidotes and how she fell asleep, she had completely forgotten. She tried to stretch her arms and found that the wounds on her arms had been treated, and they were treated quite well. Well, she didn't seem to remember what had happened before she took the medicine. Her body was recovering quite well. It seemed that the 3 streams of true energy from last night were still useful, but they took effect rather slowly. She stood up to stretch her muscles and bones while looking around. She didn't notice that her ankle, which hadn't fully recovered, was already completely healed. No matter how she stepped on it, it didn't hurt. Long Fei rested his head on his hands and reclined on the tree trunk. With this woman sleeping under a tree in the wilderness, how could he sleep peacefully? He didn't sleep the entire night. Seeing that the sun had risen, he had just closed his eyes for a while when he was woken up. Cold, he squinted his eyes and didn't make a sound. After Han Yunxi stretched her muscles and bones and confirmed that she was fine, her first reaction was to look up at the tree. Immediately, she saw Long Fei staring at her. How did this woman know that he was in the tree? Long Fei didn't expect this. After looking at her for a moment, he said cold, "You're awake?" Han Yunxi nodded. She knew that this guy wouldn't abandon her. If he wasn't in the tree, he must be nearby. Last night. Thank you. Although she was tormented to death, in the end, it was this guy who saved her. Long Fei didn't pay attention to her thanks. He landed gracefully from the tree and said cold, "Return to the capital." It was time to return to the capital. Although he didn't directly attack the trader's nest this time, at least he managed to interrogate a jar of tea leaves at the Celestial Fragrance Tea House. Long Fei was still looking forward to the results of the examination. His words reminded Han Yunxi. She was suddenly shocked and grabbed Long Fei excitedly. "What time is it today?" Heavens! How could she forget about the bet? She didn't even know how long she had been unconscious in the cave, let alone remember how many days she had been kidnapped. When she went to the Celestial Fragrance Tea House with Mu Qingwu, there were only 12 days left until the bet with Mu Luiyue. How many days had passed since then? She wouldn't lose because she missed the bet, right? Long Fei frowned and looked at Han Yunxi's hand. He suddenly said sternly, "Let go!" So fierce. Han Yunxi immediately let go. She didn't like to pull and pull with this guy. She was too anxious and her hand slipped. "I'm 14 today." Long Fei still answered her. Upon hearing that it was 14, Han Yunxi heaved a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She had almost been scared to death. The bet with Mu Luiyue ended on the 19th. Today was only the 14th. Counting from start to finish, there were still 6 days left. Yesterday, Long Fei Yi had rushed through the forest like a madman. With his speed, he should be able to return to the capital in 1 or 2 days. Han Yunxi silently counted the time. Long Fei Yi impatiently said, "Are you going or not?" "Yes." Han Yunxi immediately answered. Long Fei glanced at her unhappily before grabbing her by the waist. Just like yesterday, they began to weave through the forest again. Han Yunxi felt that the strength around her waist was rather heavy. She couldn't understand why the guy who had ordered her to let go of him in disgust was holding her so tightly now. What kind of weird misophobia was this? Last night, in a daze, he didn't seem so fierce? He really was a big ice cube whose mood kept changing. Stealing a glance, Han Yunxi saw Long Fei Ye's cold and resolute profile. She couldn't help but bite her lip. Was she still going to talk about Gu's matters? He hadn't argued with her since yesterday, so what did he mean by that? Was he going to insist on punishing the Celestial Fragrance tea shop, or go along with her wishes? If he insisted on punishing the tea shop, he'd probably say a few harsh words to her. After all, she really did threaten him with her words before. If he went along with her wishes, then fine. Han Yunxi immediately rejected the idea as soon as it appeared in her head. She'd rather believe that the sun would rise from the west than believe that this guy would obey her wishes under her threats. Although he seemed to have obeyed her once or twice, the situation this time was different. Just what kind of attitude did this guy have? After being threatened, he took her away without a word. What did he mean by that? No matter his attitude towards the Celestial Fragrance tea shop, she'd used Emperor Tianhui to threaten him in front of everyone. That was enough to make her suffer the consequences. There was no reason for this guy not to settle accounts with her. Actually, Han Yunxi had only been angry because Gu had used her as bait yesterday. She was smart enough to tell that Gu didn't really want to save her, but wanted to use her as bait to uncover the true mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, Gu would have saved her long ago in the cave, wouldn't he? Now that her anger had subsided, Han Yunxi felt both fear and regret when she thought back to yesterday's crazy threats. Conflicted, she stole another glance at Long Fei Yi, only to feel the cold aura emanating from his face. In the end, she lowered her head. If he didn't bring up this matter, could she just treat it as a bygone matter? As for the Celestial Fragrance tea shop, Gu could go there on his own. Long Fei Ye's speed was truly fast. By the afternoon of 2 days later, they'd reached Tianning's capital city and rode a carriage into the city from the west gate. Long Fei closed his eyes to take a nap while Han Yunxi snuggled lazily. She decided to ignore everything else when they got back and eat some hot food first. Then she'd soak in a comfortable hot bath to wash away the stench of bad luck. Unexpectedly, the carriage stopped before it even reached the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate. "What's going on?" Long Fei Yi immediately opened his eyes. Through the curtains, the driver's tone was a little anxious. "Your Highness, something seems to have happened up ahead. A large group of people are running forward. Take a detour, take the back." Long Fei Yi disliked crowds the most. So speaking, he closed his eyes again. Even if his body was made of iron, he'd still get tired. The driver quickly turned the carriage around and took a detour to the back gates of the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunxi lifted the curtains and looked outside, only to see the commoners on the streets running forward excitedly to join in the fun. She didn't take it to heart, but stole a glance at Long Fei Yi before continuing to snuggle up lazily. But by the time they reached the back gates, they realized that it was the Duke of Qin's estate that was in trouble. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had hardly entered when Steward Xia came running over. "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, you're finally back. Something's happened. Something big has happened." Steward Xia's anxiousness made Han Yunxi's heart thump against her chest. "What's the matter? Speak properly." Long Fei Yi was very calm, without any fluctuations in his emotions. Steward Xia looked at Han Yunxi. Although he was in a difficult position, he still anxiously said, The Han family's Madame Su came to seek an audience with esteemed Wang Fei. This servant said that esteemed Wang Fei wasn't in the estate and told her to come another day, but who knew that she would cause a ruckus at the door. She said that esteemed Wang Fei must see esteemed Wang Fei today and wouldn't leave. She also said esteemed Wang Fei she. Before Steward Xia could finish, Han Yunxi immediately screamed and rushed to the front gates without another word. She knew what was going on. Damn it! After being kidnapped this time, she was physically and mentally exhausted. She even almost forgot about the bet, so how could she still remember the 10-day appointment with Madame Su? When she first went to the Han estate, Madame Su and the rest didn't believe that Han Kongan had given her the storehouse key for safekeeping so she could choose a successor. They forced her to hand over the key, so she agreed to let them see Han Kongan 10 days later. Actually, meeting Han Kongan was as easy as turning over a hand, but she only wanted Madame Su and the rest to wait a little longer. Who knew that she'd be kidnapped? Today was the 16th, one day after the 10-day appointment. She'd missed the appointment. But even her father, the Minister of Appointments, didn't dare to run to the Duke of Qin's gates to make a ruckus, to say nothing of a trifling Madame Su. There had to be a powerful figure backing her up, or else she wouldn't be so arrogant. Han Yunxi didn't have time to think about the person behind the scenes. She had to see Madame Su immediately, or else the news would spread all over the city. But as soon as Han Yunxi left the courtyard, she saw Murong Wanru supporting Grand Concubine Yi from the other side. Grand Concubine Yi's well-maintained face was pulled longer than a horse's. Chapter 125. Although they were still some distance away from the gates, they could clearly hear the ruckus outside. Lady Su seemed to have said something that attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, creating a ruckus outside. Han Yunxi heard it, so did Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru. Although she was anxious, Han Yunxi still pursed her lips and bowed in greeting. Good luck to Mu Fei. Grand Concubine Yi had no idea what was going on outside. Steward Xia was going to report to her, but as soon as he saw His Highness Duke of Qin and Wang Fei return, he reported to them first. He didn't have time to tell Grand Concubine Yi. Seeing Han Yunxi hurry over, Grand Concubine Yi was about to ask when Murong Wanru spoke up. Sister-in-law, did you go on a long trip these past few days? Why haven't I seen you around? I've looked for you a few times, but I couldn't find you. Went on a long trip? Grand Concubine Yi was surprised. For better or worse, Han Yunxi was part of the Duke of Qin's estate. Why didn't she report to her when she went on a long trip? She couldn't have gone to the Empress Dowager's palace, right? Ever since Han Yunxi came back from the Empress Dowager's palace, Grand Concubine Yi had always been on guard. She'd secretly told Murong Wanru to keep an eye on her. Murong Wanru had been keeping tabs on Han Yunxi's movements the entire time. She hadn't come back after leaving with Mu Qingwu that day. Murong Wanru couldn't find out much about the Major General's estate, nor did she dare. But she'd been keeping tabs on the Han family and had long sent people there to ask around. Han Yunxi had agreed to take the Han family's madams and young misses to see Han Kongan in the prisons of the justice courts. They should have gone yesterday, but Han Yunxi hadn't been at home. Lady Su had come to find her last night and she'd been the one to receive her. The kidnapping incident involved a traitor, so it was hard for Han Yunxi to say. She simply made up a lie. I caught a cold these past few days and didn't get out of bed. It's only gotten better today. Upon hearing this, Murong Wanru hurried over, her face full of concern. You haven't gotten out of bed for so many days. It must be the wind and cold, right? Then why doesn't sister-in-law rest more? Han Yunxi was in a hurry to deal with the situation at the door. She didn't have time to pretend with Murong Wanru here. She ignored Murong Wanru and said mildly, Mu Fei, there's something outside the door. I'll go take care of it. So speaking, she strode off, but Grand Concubine Yi only said coldly, Han Yunxi, you weren't at home these past few days. Where did you go? Could it be that the commotion at the door is directed at you? Hearing this, Han Yunshi was surprised. Grand concubine Yi still didn't know what was going on outside? It seemed that the person behind Madame Su was unlikely to be Murong Wanru. Although Han Yunshi was suspicious, she admitted honestly, "Yes, it's just a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Mufei. Chen Xie will definitely handle it properly." Sister-in-law, the noise isn't small. It seems like someone's cursing someone? Since they dared to cause trouble at our Duke of Qin's gates, they must have a powerful background. Who did you provoke? Can you go out by yourself? Murong Wanru, this white lotus, really had a formidable mouth. Her words sounded like concern, but they easily provoked Grand Concubine Yi's curiosity and anger. Before Han Yunshi could speak, Grand Concubine Yi said coldly, "Han Yunshi, I'd like to see who you've provoked to have the guts to cause a ruckus at my gates." So speaking, she flicked her sleeves and strode towards the doors. This damned Murong Wanru. Would she die if she didn't disgust and sow discord every time they met? Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with anger as she chased after her. If it's a blessing, it's not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. Even if Lady Su had the guts to cause a ruckus at the Duke of Qin's gates, that should be her limit. It's just asking for a storehouse key, so she wouldn't really cause a ruckus, right? In any case, she wanted to see her and fulfill her promise of 10 days ago. She could just go out and bring the Han family to see Han Kongan right away. But by the time Han Yunshi reached the gates and heard the voices outside, she realized she'd underestimated the severity of the situation. Lady Su hadn't come alone, but had brought with her a bunch of loud, gossipy old women. They were all shouting at the gate. "Everyone, tell us, what kind of good intentions does a married daughter have to come back and interfere with her family's affairs? Our Han family's storehouse key is the symbol of the head of house. Our Han family's young masters are all there, so why should Han Yunshi hog the key?" "What's she saying? My old master gave her the storehouse key for safekeeping until one of the young masters is chosen as the head of house? Everyone, think about it. Is that possible? Can you believe it? Han Yunshi isn't even the mother of the Han family. Has my old master gone senile? As I see it, my old master isn't senile, but had no other choice. Otherwise, why would he give such an important thing to a married daughter?" Lady Su and the gossipy old women muttered amongst the crowd, attracting many questions and support. "That doesn't make sense. Even if eldest young Miss Han is Qin Wangfei, she has no right to interfere with her family's affairs. This is too absurd. A married daughter, hee. Is she going back to her family to fight for the family fortune? That can't be. Would the Duke of Qin care about the Han family's meager fortune? Then what's going on? So it's Grand Concubine Yi who embezzled Han Yunshi's allowance. This esteemed Wangfei doesn't have any silver to spend, right?" Murong Wanru supported Grand Concubine Yi by the arm as they stood by the door. The more she listened, the uglier her expression turned. Han Yunshi sucked in a cold breath. She didn't expect things to develop to this point. She assumed that Lady Su had only come to ask for the storehouse key. If she was a little more impudent, she'd just accuse her of coveting the Han family's property. Who knew that she'd implicate Grand Concubine Yi in the matter? Wasn't this slandering Grand Concubine Yi? Esteemed Imperial Concubine Yi couldn't afford to lose face. "Mufei, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll go out and clear things up right now," Han Yunshi said, rushing to open the door. But Grand Concubine Yi stopped her, so angry that her teeth chattered. "Listen, keep listening. Mufei, it's better." Han Yunshi wanted to explain, but Grand Concubine Yi suddenly said sternly, "Han Yunshi, you shut up." Han Yunshi gave a start before she resentfully shut her mouth. Things had already gotten to this point, so she could only continue. But more outrageous words came from outside the door. Although the Duke of Qin's estate is rich and overbearing and doesn't care for the Han family's fart property, the Han family's storehouse has rare medicinal ingredients. What they want isn't silver, but medicinal ingredients. These days, you can't buy good ingredients even if you have silver. Hee, that's possible. I heard that esteemed Wang Fei went to the Han family's storehouse that day. Who knows what treasures she took away? Tisk tsk, what right does a married daughter have to enter her maternal family's storehouse? The Duke of Qin's estate is going too far. I think someone from the Duke of Qin's estate must have bribed the justice courts. Otherwise, old Master Han wouldn't be so muddle-headed. Madame Su, wasn't the new Chancellor of the Supreme Court promoted by your father? Don't you know what happened in the Supreme Court? Lady Su immediately choked with sobs. Ever since the old master was sent to prison, no one from our Han family has been allowed to visit him. So what if my father promoted the justice court official? There's an expert behind him that won't let us see the old master. Boos rose at her words. No one knew that Han Yunshi was the one who saved the crown prince, so they didn't believe that Han Yunshi had any special privileges in the justice courts. Most of them were certain that the expert behind the scenes was Grand Concubine Yi. But someone spoke up on purpose. Who's behind the scenes? Qin Wang Fei can't command the justice courts, right? I heard that she's never been favored even now. Aya, now that you mention it, could it be that someone instigated Qin Wang Fei to go back to her maternal family to fight for the family fortune? Someone shouted on purpose. Even an idiot could tell that all these mocking and ridiculing words were directed at Grand Concubine Yi. Grand Concubine Yi's body trembled as her vision turned black and white. She almost fainted, but Murong Wanru caught her in time. Grand Concubine Yi had lived a life of luxury ever since she was young. She was such a noble and virtuous person that she'd never been shabby. The previous emperor had left her with so many gifts, but she'd left them all in the palace. Leaving aside the Han family's possessions, she hadn't even coveted the imperial family's possessions. But now someone was slandering her like this. After living for so long, this was the first time she'd lost so much face. Moreover, it was in front of the citizens of the capital city. How was she supposed to show her face in the future? If news of this reached the palace and the Empress Dowager's ears, then the noblewomen's ears, how was she supposed to face anyone in the future? How could she tolerate this? With one hand supported by Murong Wanru, Grand Concubine Yi rubbed her forehead with the other to calm herself down. Her phoenix eyes glared at Han Yunshi as if she wanted to cut Han Yunshi into pieces. Han Yunshi had never seen Grand Concubine Yi so ruthless before and couldn't help but give a start. She couldn't care less as she turned to open the door. But Grand Concubine Yi only roared, "Someone come, drag her out for me." Grand Concubine Yi could very well issue orders to chase away everyone at the gate. Anyone who dared to criticize would be punished as a crime against their superiors. But if she did that, her reputation would be ruined. Heaven knows what kind of rumors would spread next. Since the target was Han Yunshi and the group of shrews wanted the storehouse key, of course she had to hand over Han Yunshi and the key. The doors slowly opened and the noisy crowd outside quieted down. It had to be said that there were truly a lot of onlookers. 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside weren't enough to describe it. Lady Su and a few old matrons stood in the middle of the crowd, not facing the Duke of Qin's gates, but the common people. It was obvious that they were inciting the crowd to cause trouble. Still, in a society ruled by imperial power was enough of a deterrent. As soon as the doors opened, everyone fell silent. Lady Su and the old matrons quickly turned around as well. Mu Luiyue had been hiding in the crowd to watch the show. As soon as she saw Han Yunshi emerge, her lips curved into a cold, disdainful smile. As the date of the bet drew closer, of course she was concerned about the progress of the case. Unfortunately, she couldn't get any news from her father or big brother. However, she'd learned from Murong Wanru that Han Yunshi hadn't been home recently. As it turned out, she'd been too busy with the case. There were only 3 days left until the appointed time, so of course she had to find a way to delay Han Yunshi's investigation. It was only 3 days. She'd wait until Han Yunshi's notoriety reached its peak and everyone was cursing her. Then she'd add a layer of frost to the snow and have her take off her outer robes to run around the street. She'd definitely attract more onlookers. This time, Han Yunshi was dead for sure. Seeing Han Yunshi emerge, Lady Su was surprised. She'd been waiting this entire time to see Han Yunshi, but who knew that Han Yunshi still hadn't shown up even after 10 days had passed. Of course she'd planned to spread the news all over the city and ruin Han Yunshi's reputation. Then she'd be unable to sit still. But Han Ruoxue had helped her thread the needle and hooked up with Mu Luiyue and Murong Wanru to give her this idea. She even promised that if she wanted to get the storehouse key immediately, she'd have to make a scene at the gate. Moreover, she'd have to splash dirty water on Grand Concubine E to be more effective. Lady Su didn't dare to do such a thing, but Murong Wanru and Mu Luiyue both swore to keep her safe. Chapter 126. It was perfectly normal for Murong Wanru to make things difficult for Han Yunshi. As for Mu Luiyue, Lady Su had heard from Han Ruoxue that Han Yunshi and Mu Luiyue had made a bet, but she wasn't clear on the specifics. With these two noble young misses as her guarantor, Lady Su dared to make a scene without restraint. After all, she came from a rich and influential family. Despite the ruckus, Lady Su still bowed respectfully when Grand Concubine E and the rest emerged. This commoner woman, Lady Su of the Han family, greets Grand Concubine E and Qin Wangfei. Grand Concubine E wished she could send this shrew flying with a kick, but she held back her anger and maintained her composure. She looked down disdainfully from her lofty position and asked, "Lady Su, you gathered a crowd to cause trouble in front of the Duke of Qin's gates. Do you know your crimes?" Hearing Grand Concubine Yi's question, Lady Su immediately fell to her knees. Her movements were so large that they made a loud thud, especially loud in the silence. "I'm wrongly accused. Grand Concubine E, this commoner had nowhere else to go and no one to redress her grievances. That's why I impatiently came to the Duke of Qin's gates to ask for help. This commoner didn't do it on purpose." Lady Su cried out loudly. At her words, the other old women all fell to their knees and began to beg. Asking for help? These shrews were clearly slandering her with malicious words. They'd incited the crowd, but this was asking for help? Lady Su, just then you clearly, Han Yunshi was about to retort when Grand Concubine E cut her off. What are you asking for? Did you have to come to my Duke of Qin's gates to beg? Everyone around them was astonished by her words. Many of them began to whisper amongst themselves. Did Grand Concubine E still not know what Lady Su was doing here? In that case, everyone had misunderstood her. It looked like the fight over her family's assets was Han Yunshi's problem alone. At this moment, a cold smile flashed through Murong Wanru's eyes. She hurriedly opened her mouth without the arrogance of a noble lady. Instead, she was amiable and amiable. "Madam Su, you're not an unreasonable person. You must have something important to come to the prince's estate and make a ruckus. Since you're already here, then say it. My lady mother will certainly uphold justice for you." Hearing Murong Wanru's words, everyone was even more convinced that Grand Concubine E wasn't the mastermind behind Han Yunshi's actions. Murong Wanru had also washed away all suspicions of herself. It seemed like Han Yunshi was the only one who'd made the mistake. Neither Grand Concubine E nor Murong Wanru knew anything. As Murong Wanru spoke, she cast a few meaningful glances into the crowd, and someone immediately shouted, "Grand Concubine E, Lady Su came for the sake of the Han family's assets. You must handle this impartially. Grand Concubine E, I've long heard that you're a fair and just person who's received praise from the late Emperor. Today, you have to uphold justice for Lady Su." Grand Concubine E didn't send Lady Su flying as soon as she stepped out of the door. Instead, she held back her anger and asked Lady Su why she was crying out for injustice. This was the result she wanted. The Han family matters weren't important. What was important was her reputation and innocence. No matter what, she had to clear herself of all suspicions first. Murong Wanru's words, combined with the flattery from the crowd, immediately elevated Grand Concubine Yi's image. Her anger towards Lady Su finally subsided a little. After winning the approval of the people, Grand Concubine Yi had to start handling matters impartially. The Han family's assets? What's going on? She asked despite knowing the answer. Madame Su hurriedly replied, Imperial Concubine Dowager, our Han family has a storehouse key. The person who has the storehouse key will be the head of the Han family and will be in charge of all the Han family's properties, including the Han family's most precious medical books. My family's old master was unfortunate enough to be imprisoned, so the storehouse key was supposed to be passed on to the young master for safekeeping. The key is with the old master, but this commoner and a few of my sisters have wanted to visit the justice courts to discuss the matter of setting up a new head of house. But we couldn't. The justice courts said that there was someone above who wouldn't let us see the old master. At this, Murong Wanru cut in with an angry face. Why? Even if it's an imprisoned prisoner, they can still request to see him once or twice a year. Who's up there to bend the law and abuse their power like this? Murong Wanru's words cleared away any suspicions the people had against Grand Concubine Yi. Striking while the iron was hot, Grand Concubine Yi asked sternly, Speak, who is it? Lady Su lowered her head, deliberately hesitating. This commoner doesn't know, but what? Speak as much as you want. I'll make a decision for you. Grand Concubine Yi said with awe-inspiring righteousness. Lady Su raised her head to look at Han Yunshi before speaking timidly. This commoner doesn't know who it is, but the Han family's storehouse key is, it's. Everyone fell silent at her words, even holding their breaths as they waited for Lady Su to give up Han Yunshi. After all, the law couldn't punish the masses. With the Duke of Qin's gates shut, everyone gathered together and dared to talk without restraint. But now that Grand Concubine Yi and Qin Wangfei were standing by the gates, no one dared to gossip. It would take some courage to identify her in front of Qin Wangfei's face. Following Lady Su's gaze, Grand Concubine Yi slowly looked towards Han Yunshi and asked hypocritically, What, could it be that the Han family's key is in Qin Wangfei's hands? Lady Su hastened to explain. To reply, esteemed Imperial Concubine, my Han family's storehouse key really is in Qin Wangfei's hands. This commoner asked for the key again and again, but Qin Wangfei wouldn't give it to me. She said that the key was given to her by Old Master. She agreed to bring the young masters of the Han family to see Old Master yesterday. However, everyone in the Han family waited for her for an entire day yesterday, but she did not appear. This humble woman also did not see her when I came to the manor yesterday. This humble woman only came here as a last resort. As she spoke, she fell to her knees and cried, Esteemed Imperial Concubine Yi, this commoner doesn't have the guts to cause trouble. This commoner was wrongly accused, and has her own difficulties. I beg esteemed Imperial Concubine Yi to uphold justice for the Han family. This commoner just wants to see my old master, that's all. Grand Concubine Yi raised a hand to silence Lady Su before turning cold eyes towards Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi, is everything Lady Su said true? It's true. Not a single word false, Han Yunshi admitted openly. Everyone sucked in a cold breath at her words. They never expected her to admit it so easily. Han Yunshi's mouth twitched. Everything Lady Su said was the truth, so how could she lie? Lady Su, this Wang Fei caught a cold these past few days and has been bedridden. I was late by a day, but you don't trust this Wang Fei that much? Han Yunshi retorted. Now that these people were done with their drama, it was her turn to speak, right? Lady Su was quick to defend herself, but Han Yunshi beat her to it. She said scornfully, Isn't it just a day late? This Wang Fei didn't say I wouldn't take you. Lady Su, did you have to make a scene at the gates? Don't think that Mu Fei and I didn't hear everything you said just then. I'm telling you, we heard everything loud and clear. These words, incredible! Han Yunshi's words betrayed Grand Concubine Yi. So she'd heard everything just then? In a flash, the crowd fell into an uproar. They never thought things would turn out like this. Grand Concubine Yi knew the truth, but she still interrogated her like that? Wasn't this too fake? Just what kind of trick was hidden in all this? Lady Su never thought that Han Yunshi would dare to drag Grand Concubine Yi into the water in front of everyone. She gaped, speechless for a moment. Murong Wanru gave a start as well. She couldn't see through her. Wasn't Han Yunshi very smart? Didn't she know that offending Mu Fei like this would lead to a tragic end? Was she going to take Lady Su down with her? Thinking up to here, Murong Wanru grew fearful. If Lady Su couldn't get any benefits, she'd definitely sell her out. Heavens, too frightening! Amidst the uproar, Grand Concubine Yi's expression was as frightening as it could be. Her sinister gaze seemed ready to swallow Han Yunshi whole. She'd worked so hard to salvage her image, but now it was ruined even more thoroughly. While the crowd was still in disbelief, Han Yunshi raised her voice again. Lady Su, my Mu Fei is a Buddhist. She's always been tolerant and merciful. She heard everything but pretended not to hear a thing. She didn't bicker with you, but listened to you complain. However, I won't let this matter rest. Some people's words wouldn't be listened to, but others could turn things around with a single sentence. Han Yunshi's words miraculously changed the entire situation. In an instant, she'd whitewashed Grand Concubine Yi's name and flattered her in passing. Grand Concubine Yi composed herself, her mind a little blank. But at last, she exhaled in relief. Thank goodness Han Yunshi's words had left her a way out. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to smooth things over today. Lady Su was scared witless. She never thought that Han Yunshi would be so formidable. She retreated in order to advance, using this method to rope in Grand Concubine Yi. Murong Wanru realized Han Yunshi's intentions in hindsight as well. She asked curiously, Sister-in-law, didn't they say that the higher-ups wouldn't let the Han family visit the prisons? How could you take them to the justice courts to see divine Dr. Han? How did you get them? Right now, Murong Wanru's expression was so innocent, but she'd grasped the crux of the matter. Her words were so pleasant to the ears, but even an idiot could tell that she was questioning Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was the higher-ups. How was Han Yunshi supposed to reply? She really had ordered the justice courts to forbid the Han family from visiting the prisons, but that was because of Han Kongan's instructions. She didn't know what kind of child Han Yuni was, so she didn't want the Han family to know of Han Kongan's choice too early. But after she understood Han Yuni, she wasn't afraid of the Han family visiting him, because she and Han Kongan both favored Han Yuni. However, no one would believe her when she said this reason. Han Yunshi didn't even think before she said. Indeed, it was this Wang Fei who forbade the Han family from visiting the prisons. But this wasn't my idea, but my father's. She couldn't explain it clearly, so she simply pushed everything to Han Kongan. Since Han Kongan wanted her to support Han Yuni and revive the Han family, he would definitely stand on her side. Han Yunshi was quite confident in her answers to such a crucial question. But who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Madame Su anxiously asked, Why? Why did old master do this? Esteemed Wang Fei, you're a married daughter. You shouldn't interfere in the Han family's affairs, right? Although Madame Su spoke tactfully, her tone was full of suspicion. Han Yunshi didn't mind and answered truthfully, because father committed a serious crime and let the Han family's ancestors down. He didn't have the face to face the entire Han family. That day when I went to visit him, he was worried that the Han family's young master was either mediocre, ignorant, and incompetent, or too young to be the head of the household. So he handed the storehouse key to me for temporary safekeeping until there's a candidate for the head of the household. After she finished speaking, Madame Su laughed. Chapter 127. Esteemed Wang Fei, the old master would never do such a thing. How could that be possible? Ask everyone, Which family would allow a married daughter to return to her maternal family to take care of matters? Lady Su laughed coldly as she retorted Han Yunshi. The crowd began to discuss the matter as well. Lady Su looked towards Grand Concubine Yi and asked, "Esteemed Imperial Concubine, do you believe such an excuse?" "Lady Su, what do you mean? Are you doubting this Wang Fei?" Han Yunshi demanded angrily. "Yes." Lady Su threw caution to the wind. Now that things had gotten to this point, she had no choice but to throw caution to the wind. Otherwise, this farce would not only fail to achieve her goals, but also bolster Han Yunshi's reputation. No matter what, she not only had to get the storehouse key today, but see the old master as well. Once the truth was out, Han Yunshi's reputation would be ruined. Lady Su not only answered Han Yunshi's question, but repeated it again. "Grand Concubine Yi, do you believe it?" In front of everyone, she was forcing Grand Concubine Yi to answer even if she didn't want to. After all, Grand Concubine Yi's status was special. Her reaction to such a question could cause 1,000 ripples. She didn't like Lady Su at all. Han Yunshi had flattered her just then, but at a time like this, she was more willing to stand by Lady Su's side. If Han Yunshi really interfered with her maternal family's affairs for no reason and coveted her family's property, then this crime was no small matter. It was a perfect excuse for the Duke of Qin to divorce her. Grand Concubine Yi looked at Han Yunshi, then at Lady Su, feigning hesitation. She didn't answer for a long time while the crowd watched and waited. Grand Concubine Yi's hesitation was detrimental to Han Yunshi. It would only increase the crowd's suspicions. Murong Wanru was still standing by Grand Concubine Yi's side, looking as frail as ever, lovely and harmless. She took Grand Concubine Yi's arm and purposely lowered her voice. "Mu Fei, I think this matter should end here. Forget it, it's the Han family's business after all. We'll just have sister-in-law return the storehouse key." Although she lowered her voice, it was only a little. It was obvious that she wanted everyone around to hear her. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Now that she said it, Han Yunshi was even more suspicious. If she just let it go, wouldn't it mean that Han Yunshi was guilty and afraid? The originally quiet surroundings immediately began to whisper. Han Yunshi saw everything and sneered inwardly. Was Murong Wanru trying to goad her? Very well, she would beat him at his own game today. Before Grand Concubine Yi could speak, Han Yunshi spoke up. "Mu Fei, it's no use even if you believe me. They've already made a ruckus at the gates. I promised her that I would take her to see my father, so let's go now. While you're at it, call the other members of the Han family as well." No one expected Han Yunshi to be so decisive, especially Madame Su. When Han Yunshi said she'd come in 10 days, she didn't believe Han Yunshi at all. She felt that Han Yunshi was just stalling for time, and when she didn't see her yesterday, she was even more certain that Han Yunshi was lying. Who knew that she'd dare to go to the justice courts in front of so many people? Could it be that she had a way to suppress this matter in the Supreme Court? Madame Su had asked her father multiple times to make an exception and let her see Han Yunshi in secret, but the justice courts hadn't agreed. It was obvious that they feared Han Yunshi. Thinking up to here, Madame Su didn't dare to underestimate her enemy. She hastened to say, "Esteemed Imperial Concubine, this commoner may be so bold as to ask you to come with me." "What, you're worried that I'll do something to you?" Han Yunshi laughed coldly. Madame Su didn't hold back, but mocked back. "If Qin Wang Fei can block my Han family's way to visit the prisons, what else can't she do in the justice courts?" No matter how many privileges Han Yunshi had in the justice courts, as long as she invited Grand Concubine Yi over, Madame Su refused to believe that Han Yunshi could hide the truth from the masses. "Madame Su, be more polite with your words for this Wang Fei." Han Yunshi pretended to be angry. Seeing this, Grand Concubine Yi assumed that she was lacking in confidence and nodded in agreement. "All right, for the sake of justice, I'll go with you." Hearing this, cheers rose from all around. Esteemed imperial concubine, you have to give the Han family justice. The Han family can't fall into the hands of outsiders. Esteemed imperial concubine, I trust that you'll handle this matter impartially and have Qin Wangfei give an explanation. Let's go, we'll wait by the justice court's gates. The truth will come out soon enough. We can't wrong good people, but we can't let those shameless people off either. These words came from different directions, full of incitement. The speakers were all hidden in the crowd, so it was obvious that someone had arranged this beforehand. Anyone would lose their temper if they heard such harsh words, but Han Yunshi wasn't angry. Nobody knew that she was looking forward to the truth even more than Madame Su. Grand concubine, he ordered a carriage to be prepared on the spot. Together with Han Yunshi and Madame Su, she headed for the justice court's prisons. With Grand concubine Yi's personal arrival, the newly appointed justice court's official Ouyang, hastened to greet them at the gates. Hearing that Grand concubine Yi was here for the Han family, official Ouyang's heart grew uneasy. On one side was the crown prince's lifesaver, Qin Wangfei, while on the other was his benefactor, Minister Su's daughter. He never expected Madame Su to really cause a ruckus. Now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Grand concubine Yi had a golden body. How could she casually walk into the filthy prisons of the imperial prisons? Official Ouyang welcomed them to the Supreme Court's office lobby and ordered the attendants to escort Han Kongan here. Grand concubine Yi sat on the high seat of honor while official Ouyang sat on her left. Han Yunshi and Murong Wanru sat on her right, while Madame Su stood by herself. Before Han Kongan was brought in, the Han family had already heard the news and hurried over. Eldest young Master Han Yuchi, third Madame Li and second young Miss Han Ruoxue from the third branch, as well as seventh Madame and Han Yuni from the seventh branch. After making their greetings, Grand concubine Yi didn't give them a seat, but everyone stood to one side. Han Yuchi's injury on his butt had already healed, but he still looked like a brainless young man with a full head and belly. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve for today's events and retreated to one side to whisper in Madame Su's ear. He didn't forget to shoot Han Yunshi a warning look. Han Yunshi was too lazy to argue with an idiot. She looked towards seventh Madame and little ear. It was obvious that the mother and son pair had never seen such a grand scene before, especially seventh Madame, who stood timidly at the very back, holding tightly onto little ear as she curled up like a little wife. Of the group, third Madame Li and her daughter were the most appropriate. They were neither servile nor overbearing as they waited quietly with their heads bowed. Han Yunshi secretly sized up third Madame Li, recalling the masked female assassin called Qingyi. She only felt that they were all about the same height, short, fat, and thin. The more she looked, the more convinced she became that Madame Li was the assassin. Of course, intuition couldn't be used as evidence. They could only arrest the culprit after the tea leaves were found. Han Yunshi pondered as she sized up second young Miss Han Ruoxue. Han Ruoxue was a very important suspect to begin with. Now that the tea leaves had appeared, Han Yunshi was even more certain that she was the culprit. The 10,000 snake poison should have been delivered from this second young miss to Mu Liyue's hands, then to the general's estate. But did Han Ruoxue know the poison arts as well? Did she know martial arts? That young female assassin called He Sha didn't resemble Han Ruoxue at all. Just then, there had been such a huge commotion outside the Duke of Qin's estate, but Long Fei Yi hadn't come out. Han Yunshi naturally didn't expect him to save the day, but she was curious as to what he was doing right now. By now, Chu Shifeng should have delivered the report on the tea leaves to Long Fei Yi, right? Once it was confirmed to be poisoned, they could quickly arrest the culprit with Bailu as a witness. Now that they were in the capital, it would be difficult for Qingyi to escape from Long Fei Ye's clutches no matter how skilled she was. Han Yunshi dearly wanted to uncover the truth and ferret out the true culprit. She was silently waiting for Long Fei Yi to make his move. Of course, Han Yunshi wouldn't beat the grass and startle third Madame in the justice court's courtroom. In any case, there were still 3 days until the bet. She could focus wholeheartedly on solving the problem in front of her. There was some distance between the imperial prisons and the main hall, so they had to wait a while. To everyone present, the wait felt like an eternity. Silence reigned in the room. Suddenly, Han Yunshi spoke up. "Someone come, give the Han family's 7th young master a seat." Everyone in the Han family looked over at her at these words. The retainer on the side was in a difficult position. He glanced at Grand Concubine Yi, then at official Ouyang, unsure whether to give him a seat. After all, Grand Concubine Yi had the highest status. She hadn't even given him a seat just then, so it wasn't appropriate for Qin Wangfei to do so now, was it? Seeing Grand Concubine Yi remain silent, official Ouyang was in a difficult position as well. He didn't know what to do, so the retainer didn't move. "Official Ouyang, the people here have quite the airs. They can't even order this Wangfei around?" Han Yunshi asked unhappily. Official Ouyang looked at Grand Concubine Yi again, but she still didn't move. Without a choice, he could only scold the retainer. "Are you an idiot? Didn't you hear esteemed Wangfei's orders? Hurry up and give him a seat." With all the gods present, it was hard to serve them. The retainer was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Not daring to delay, he quickly brought over a chair for Little Ear. Little Ear secretly rejoiced as he struggled free of his mother's hand. He stepped forward and made a proper bow with hands clasped in front. "Thanks to Grand Concubine Yi, thanks to esteemed Wangfei." Only then did Grand Concubine Yi glance over. She didn't pay them any mind, but drank her tea and flipped through the trial documents on the table with interest. "Dispense with the formalities, sit." Han Yunshi's voice softened a few notches. Little Ear was good, he didn't lose face for her. Little Ear sat down openly. There were so many people in the Han family, but he was the only one sitting. Moreover, he was a concubine-born junior. In this world of strict hierarchy, this was a slap to everyone else's face. Han Yuchi immediately lowered his voice. "Mother, what does Han Yunshi mean by this? She's going too far. Didn't you say that Grand Concubine Yi was on our side?" Lady Su was angry as well, shooting looks at Murong Wanru. When Murong Wanru glared back, Lady Su looked over again, exchanging flirtatious glances. If this went on, someone would definitely pick up on the clues. Murong Wanru was extremely displeased, but she couldn't reprimand her. She could only comply with Lady Su's wishes. "Mu Fei, how can you let the child sit while the elders are all standing? As I see it, they should all be given a seat," Murong Wanru said. Only now did Grand Concubine Yi lazily lift her head to look over. She only swept her eyes over the Han family without a word. Grand Concubine Yi seemed to have come to the justice courts to uphold justice for the Han family, but she was actually here for Han Yunshi. She didn't put the Han family in her eyes at all. Ever since they'd entered the court, she hadn't even spared them a glance. Chapter 128. Lady Su had caused such a ruckus at her gates. Although she'd saved her reputation and image in the end, that didn't mean she didn't mind. It was already good enough that she didn't make things difficult for Lady Su. How could she still give her a seat? Grand Concubine Yi glanced at her before her thoughts returned to the scroll. Seeing this, Lady Su never expected Grand Concubine Yi's attitude to be so cold as soon as they arrived at the justice courts. She was both shocked and angry as she shot Murong Wanru a questioning look. "This Lady Su, do you still care about a seat at a time like this?" Murong Wanru was flustered and gave Lady Su another glare as a warning. But Han Yunshi saw all of their flirtatious glances. Han Yunshi slowly narrowed her eyes. "Fine, it's Murong Wanru again. That lingering soul, she won't cry until she sees the coffin. Today, she'd definitely make her understand the taste of regret." At this moment, a guard came in to announce, reporting, "Prisoner Han Kongan has arrived." Hearing this, everyone in the room focused 120%. Seats didn't matter anymore. Grand Concubine Yi straightened in her seat and grew serious. "Cold," she said, Bring him in. Han Kongan had no idea what had happened, nor who wanted to see him. He only heard that they were coming to the main hall, so he guessed that they had to be someone of high status. But besides Han Yunshi, he couldn't think of anyone else who would remember him and be willing to see him. But when Han Yunshi wanted to see him, she always went to the prison cells. Han Kongan walked forward suspiciously and stepped over the high threshold. As soon as he saw the hall full of people, especially the familiar faces of the Han family, Han Kongan froze in the doorway, gaping. What was going on? While he was still in a daze, Little Ear suddenly burst into tears and jumped off the high chair to throw himself over. Daddy! His cry of "Daddy" was so real and emotional. His childish voice wasn't affected at all, nor was it fake. It was filled with longing and dependence. Even the most hard-hearted person would be moved by it. Nothing could surpass the heart of a pure child, right? Little Ear threw himself into his father's arms and burst into tears. Daddy, when are you coming home? Boo-hoo! I miss you. When will you come home? No matter how smart and precocious Ear was, he was still a child. Little Ear had heard many people say that his father had been sentenced to life imprisonment and would never be able to return home, but he stubbornly refused to believe it. He was still waiting for his father to return home and teach him how to recognize medicine and treat illnesses. Han Kongan's prison clothes were ragged, his long hair was messy, and he was in a sorry state. He looked at his youngest son in his arms, and his sunken eyes couldn't help but redden. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer his son's question. Han Yunshi saw this scene. For the first time, she, who had always been clear about love and hate, felt guilty towards Han Kongan. No, to be exact, this guilt was for Ear. She secretly made up her mind that no matter what, she would protect Ear and make sure he grew up safely and smoothly. At this moment, Han Yuchi suddenly cried out, "Father!" and threw himself over, with Han Ruoshua close behind. Grand Concubine E had been moved by Little Ear's tender and true feelings, but as soon as she saw Han Yuchi and Han Ruoshua's hypocritical behavior, she grew angry and impatient. Today, I came to uphold justice for the Han family, not to see you reunite as a family. At these words, Han Yuchi and Han Ruoshua were both frightened and immediately backed away. Little however, clung to his father with a death grip, afraid that he'd be taken away again. "Seventh Madam, hurry and pull your son away. What kind of propriety is this in front of Grand Concubine E?" Lady Su scolded unhappily. The old master had already been imprisoned forever, so there was no point in trying to win his favor. In any case, the old master wouldn't be stupid enough to give the storehouse key to a married daughter. No matter who the old master gave the key to, she had ways to get it back for her son. Right now, the most important thing was to take the storehouse key back from Han Yunshi's hands. On one side, Seventh Madam saw the old master and gave a start. Her eyes grew wet, but Lady Su's reminder brought her back to her senses. She quickly went forward to tug at Little Ear. "Be good, Ear. Esteemed Imperial Concubines angry. Don't harm your father." Seventh Madam always knew how to coax Little Ear. At her words, Little Ear was so frightened that he immediately let go. Seventh Madam quickly picked him up and retreated to one side, not daring to sit in her original chair. Han Kongan looked at the timid Seventh Madam helplessly. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. If Seventh Madam was a bit stronger, he wouldn't need to beg Han Yunshi so painstakingly. Han Kongan could be considered a man of character. He sorted out his emotions and immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. "Sinner Han Kongan greets esteemed Imperial Concubine and esteemed Wang Fei. Han Kongan, Lady Su of your estate has caused a ruckus at the Duke of Qin's gates for the sake of the Han family storehouse key. I'm asking you now, where is the Han family storehouse key?" Grand Concubine E asked impatiently. As soon as he heard the words, storehouse key, the intelligent Han Kongan immediately understood what was going on. He had given the storehouse key to Han Yunshi for the sole purpose of guarding against Lady Su. Lady Su's maternal family had powerful backing. Once he left, the Han family would fall under Lady Su's rule. This was understandable, but eldest young master had failed to live up to expectations. If the Han family fell into Lady Su's hands, it was the same as falling into eldest young master's hands. With eldest young master's personality, he'd definitely lose everything in the Han family within 3 years. Han Kang's gaze suddenly turned cold and deep as he looked towards Lady Su. Lady Su's heart gave a start as she grew inexplicably uneasy. She quickly said, "Old master, why aren't you answering Grand Concubine Yi's question?" Han Kangen didn't speak, but his cold gaze shifted to Han Yuchi. Caught off guard, Han Yuchi blurted out, "Father, Han Yunshi said you gave her the storehouse key. How is that possible? She was the one who stole it, right? That's right. Old master, we've invited Grand Concubine Yi here. You don't have to fear Han Yunshi. Just what's going on, tell us," Lady Su said urgently. By now, Han Ruoshua had lost her patience as well. She urged, "Father, how could you give the storehouse key to a married-off daughter? You must have suffered a lot in prison, right? Your daughter has been bending the rules all these days, but I still haven't seen you. Just what happened? Tell us." Grand Concubine Yi has to uphold justice for our Han family. The Han family was anxious, but so was Grand Concubine Yi. She asked again, "Han Kangen, Han Yunshi said you were the one who gave her the storehouse key. Is that true?" As soon as Grand Concubine Yi finished, Murong Wanru hastened to add, "Han Kangen, since my Mufei came today, you can say whatever you want. Don't hide anything. Did you give the storehouse key to Qin Wangfei willingly?" Little Er and 7th Madam watched and listened from the sidelines, their hands clenched tightly as their hearts burned with impatience. After all, their father's answer would directly affect their fates. Finally, under the urging of the crowd, Han Kangen calmly looked towards Grand Concubine Yi. Now everyone had quieted down, holding their breaths as they waited for him to speak. Just how would he answer? Lady Su couldn't help but press a hand to her chest, her heart thumping in excitement. As long as the old master denied it, Han Yunshi would be done for. Murong Wanru darted a glance at Lady Su, very satisfied. She was also waiting for Han Kangen to announce Han Yunshi's crimes. But Han Kangen's lips curved into a faint smile that seemed both helpless and self-mocking. No one understood what he meant. It was then that he said, "To reply, esteemed imperial concubine, this criminal willingly gave the storehouse key to the Han family's daughter of the first wife, Qin Wangfei's what?" His calm words were like a pebble that stirred up 1,000 ripples in the silent hall. "No. Impossible!" Lady Su shouted in alarm. "Father, have you gone senile? What are you talking about?" Han Yuchi couldn't believe it. He fiercely walked up to Han Kangen. If Han Kangen wasn't his father, he probably would have made a move long ago. "Father, it must be Qin Wangfei who forced you, right? You have your own difficulties, don't you?" "Father, Grand Concubine Yi said she'd uphold justice for us." Han Ruoshua was anxious as well. Even though 3rd Madam Li tugged at her, she ignored her and continued agitatedly, "Father, you don't have to be afraid of anything. How did Qin Wangfei threaten you? Speak. Say it." Han Yunshi watched cold, her gaze passing over 3rd Madam's hand that was tugging at Han Ruoshua's robes. She didn't bat an eyelid. Besides 3rd Madam and 7th Madam, the rest of the Han family surrounded Han Kangen, asking him questions one after another. It was more like they were interrogating him. Grand Concubine Yi shook her head in disbelief, unable to believe that Han Kangen would say such things. Han Kangen had no reason to do this. Leaving aside the fact that Han Yunshi was a married daughter, even Han Kangen's imprisonment had something to do with Han Yunshi. To put it bluntly, Han Kangen's imprisonment was all thanks to Han Yunshi. Han Kangen hated Han Yunshi more than anything, so how could he entrust her with the storehouse key and the future of the Han family? Mufei, I think there must be something hidden here. Murong Wanru finally couldn't hold herself back. It was rare for her to speak so directly. Han Yunshi gave her a meaningful look, a cold smile rising to her lips. It was hard to tell whether she was smiling or not. Murong Wanru's heart gave a lurch as she felt uneasy. Han Yunshi was smiling at her like that. Did she suspect something? No. She had kept Lady Su's visit to the Han estate a secret. Besides Lady Su, no one else would know what ideas she'd given her. Han Kongan, if there's anything hidden, just say it. I'll make the decision for you. Grand Concubine Yi was very direct. If she still couldn't deal with Han Yunshi at this point, then wouldn't she have come for nothing today? But Han Kongan was serious. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, this is a matter of the Han family. This guilty official chose to give the key to esteemed Wang Fei for safekeeping because this guilty official had his own considerations. Before he could finish, Han Yuchi cut him off angrily. I think you've gone senile. Whatever considerations you have, it has nothing to do with Han Yunshi. She's already married off. Unfilial son. Han Kongan immediately scolded, his voice angry. Old man might be in prison, but he's not dead yet. He's still the head of the Han family and has the right to decide who the storehouse key belongs to, as well as who the next head of the Han family is. Han Yuchi didn't care so much. As he saw it, this father of his was already useless. He was about to curse when Lady Su held him back, afraid that her rash son would ruin everything. Chapter 129. Han Kongan glared angrily at Han Yuchi before continuing to speak to Grand Concubine Yi. Eldest young master is ignorant and incompetent, a hedonistic wastrel. The other young masters are slow-witted and ran away from the Han family in times of crisis. Seventh young master is naturally intelligent, but he's still young. There's no one in the Han family who can inherit the position of head of house, so this guilty official has decided to give the key to Qin Wangfei, the only married woman of the Han family, for safekeeping. Father, there's still me. I don't want to marry, I just want to learn the Han family's medical skills. Han Ruoxue was so anxious that she was about to cry. She had the best natural talents, so why hadn't her father ever considered her? As soon as Han Yuchi heard his father curse him, he was about to lose his temper again, but Lady Su pinched him to stop him. Old master, how can you speak of Yuchi like that? He's your eldest son, ah. He's still young and playful, but he'll be sensible in a few more years, ah? Moreover, even if you don't choose a head of house now, you should at least give the key to me for safekeeping. I'm your wife, ah. But Han Kongan cleverly followed along with their words. Of course, he still looked at Grand Concubine Yi and reported, Grand Concubine Yi, you've seen the Han family's situation as well. It's precisely because of this that this guilty official came up with this plan. I want to test the children for a few more years, but giving the key to Qin Wangfei is the fairest choice. Hearing this, Han Yunshi was amused. Han Kongan really was an old fox. He wasn't dead set on his words, but left no retort. But the silent Grand Concubine Yi suddenly broke into a cold laugh. Han Kongan, think it over carefully. Are you sure you're speaking the truth? If Qin Wangfei is forcing you, then speak up. Since I'm here today, I'll definitely uphold justice for you. As for the Han family's future development, I'll keep that in mind as well. At these words, Han Yunshi's heart lurched. Grand Concubine Yi's words were a bit too blunt. Grand Concubine Yi gave her a meaningful look, before sweeping her cold eyes over the Han family members. Then she continued, of course, if Qin Wangfei didn't force you and you did all of this willingly, I wouldn't interfere. However, this consort must remind you that your Han family has been crying injustice everywhere, slandering Qin Wangfei for coveting the Han family's assets and interfering in the Han family's affairs. You've caused a storm in the city, so even if Qin Wangfei doesn't bother with you, this consort will definitely not let you off easily. By the time Grand Concubine Yi finished speaking, the entire hall had grown so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. She seemed to be very satisfied with this silence. She calmly drank a cup of tea and continued, "Of course, if this consort finds out that you're lying today, this consort won't let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he put down the teacup with a loud clang, which woke everyone up. Grand Concubine Yi's words were both a sign of goodwill and a warning. Leaving aside the Han family members, even Han Yunshi trembled with fear at her words. If Han Kongan admitted that he'd been forced to give the storehouse key to Han Yunshi, then Grand Concubine Yi would remember the Han family's future prospects in her heart. She'd do her best to revive the Han family. The warning couldn't be more obvious. If Han Kongan admitted that he hadn't been forced, then Lady Su, who'd caused a ruckus at the Duke of Qin's gates and framed Qin Wangfei, would be finished. Most of the people present were smart enough to understand Grand Concubine Yi's intentions, especially Han Kongan. He knew that since Grand Concubine Yi was here today, she'd uncover Han Yunshi's weakness no matter what the truth was. Grand Concubine Yi wanted him to admit that he'd been forced and slander Han Yunshi. How should he choose? That's right, how would Han Kongan choose? Everyone looked towards Han Kongan. Lady Su's face was ashen with fright. She was the one who'd caused a ruckus at the Duke of Qin's gates and caused a storm in the city. Once the old master chose Han Yunshi, then she'd be finished. Completely and utterly finished. Thinking up to here, Lady Su's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. No one spoke, but she was the first to speak up. "Old master, you have to think clearly before you answer." At the same time, Han Yunshi was looking at Han Kongan with a grave gaze. It had to be said that she wasn't confident. Her agreement with Han Kongan was a gentleman's verbal agreement without any proof. As soon as Han Kongan slandered her, she'd never be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Actually, Han Kongan wasn't choosing her or Lady Su right now, but her or Grand Concubine Yi. Grand Concubine Yi had already spoken so plainly. She'd put the Han family's future development in her heart. Wasn't everything Han Kongan had done for the sake of the Han family's future? It was better to place the Han family's future in the hands of the powerful and resourceful Grand Concubine Yi rather than a powerless Qin Wangfei like her. At this time, Han Kongan could bite her back in order to curry favor with Grand Concubine Yi. What to do? Han Kongan, were you forced to do this, or did you do it willingly? This is the last time I'll ask you, Grand Concubine Yi reminded him loftily as she issued the final warrant for Han Kongan's arrest. Old master, you have to think clearly. Lady Su was on the verge of tears. Heaven knows how scared she was. Han Yuchi, who considered everyone beneath him and didn't know the depths of heaven and earth, grew nervous as well. Once his mother was punished, he'd be finished as well. He rushed to Han Kongan's side and knelt on one knee, shouting, "Father, hurry and answer Grand Concubine Yi. You were forced. You were forced to do it." If Lady Su and her son's nervousness stemmed from a guilty conscience, then Han Ruoshue's nervousness was a kind of anticipation. She'd heard from Mu Luiyue that Han Yunshi and Mu Luiyue had a bet to find the true culprit behind the poisoning. If she lost in 3 days, she'd have to take off her outer robes and run around the street. If she could delay Han Yunshi's investigation for 3 days because of the Han family matters, then Han Yunshi would lose without a doubt. Moreover, her comrade-in-arms relationship with Mu Luiyue would be one step closer. With Mu Luiyue's support, she could find a chance to climb up Princess Chongping. Then she wouldn't have to fear the power behind Lady Su. Thus, she introduced Mu Luiyue and Murong Wanru to Lady Su to facilitate this farce. Of course, her mother had no idea of these little schemes. She didn't ask for her mother's opinion, but rushed over to kneel with Han Yuchi, her voice full of emotion. "Father, the Han family's future is all in your hands." Grand Concubine Yi leisurely admired the Han family's nervousness without urging them. She seemed to be very confident in Han Kongan's choice. By her side, Murong Wanru wasn't worried about Han Kongan either, but knitted her brows at Lady Su. Her eyes flashed with disdain and a cold smile. For better or for worse, Lady Su had been married to Han Kongan for so many years. How could she not understand her husband? Grand concubine Yi had thrown out such a good olive branch, so how could Han Kongan still choose Han Yunshi? His choice was already very obvious, so what was the point of being so nervous? Han Kongan looked at his son and daughter before him, his muddy old eyes drooping. It was impossible to see the color in his pupils, but he didn't speak for a long time. Seeing this, Han Yunshi grew even more uneasy. Leaving aside Han Kongan, even she would have chosen Grand Concubine Yi if she was in his shoes. She was in big trouble. She secretly took a deep breath, and at this moment, Han Kongan finally raised his head. Seeing this, everyone's heartbeat quickened. Was Han Kongan going to answer? So nervous. Han Yunshi had an idea in her heart, but she didn't want to give up before the results came out. She shot Han Kongan a questioning look, but he immediately avoided it to look at Grand Concubine Yi instead. What did Han Kongan mean by this? Han Yunshi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Had he really made up his mind to slander her? Thump, 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 thump. Han Yunshi's heart raced uncontrollably. To reply, esteemed imperial concubine. Han Kongan began mildly. Now even Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru grew serious. They unconsciously sat up straight, anticipating Han Yunshi's conviction. But just as Han Kongan was about to say his choice, little Yi suddenly threw himself from his mother's side to fall heavily by Han Kongan's side. Yi. Han Kongan panicked and quickly turned to support him, but as soon as he picked up little Yi, he began to cry. Daddy, Big Sister Yunshi's a good person. Big Sister Yunshi wouldn't force you, right? Little Yi was still too young, so he didn't quite understand Grand Concubine Yi's words. He only knew that Big Sister Yunshi wouldn't lie. He was about to speak up when his weak mother suddenly pushed him out. With his mother's support, he was even bolder. He had to speak the words in his heart. Father, don't slander Big Sister Yunshi, all right? Big brother bullied me. It was Big Sister Yunshi who saved me. She even sent people to protect me and mother. Father, don't. Little Yi's words angered Grand Concubine Yi. She suddenly raged. Someone come, drag this child out. How can a child be allowed to cry in the main hall? What a scandal! This time, 7th Madam rushed over to take little Yi away, trembling with fear as she pleaded. Esteemed imperial concubine, calm your anger, calm your anger. This child doesn't know any better. This commoner will cover his mouth right now so he won't make a sound. This commoner promises that he won't make a fuss again. As 7th Madam spoke, she hugged little Yi and covered his mouth with her other hand. She curled up into a ball, her fearful and timid appearance both pitiful and laughable. Grand Concubine Yi despised weak women like this to the bone. Cold as she glanced at her, she dismissed the attendants and didn't make things difficult for her. Han Yunshi watched, thinking that little Yi might be able to help her out. After all, Han Kongan doted on and favored this son the most. But now, looking at 7th Concubine's pitiful appearance, she was truly in complete despair. But no one expected 7th Madam to speak up after little Yi shut up. Old Master, Yi and I both believe that you weren't forced. This choked voice was very, very soft. It sounded very timid and weak, but for some reason, it exuded an unusually firm strength. It was very inconceivable. It felt like what 7th Concubine had said, but it also didn't seem like it. Han Yunshi looked over in astonishment. Based on her understanding of 7th Madam, she couldn't believe that she'd say such things under these circumstances. Everyone else looked over in shock as well. They all said that the words of the lowly carried little weight, but 7th Madam's words made them all uneasy. Even Grand Concubine Yi grew restless and said coldly, Enough. Han Kongan, answer this concubine's question immediately. Yes. Han Kongan's gaze shifted from 7th Madam and her son to Grand Concubine Yi. He took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. To reply, esteemed imperial concubine, this commoner is. Chapter 130. Old master, think clearly. Lady Sue was so nervous that she couldn't help but interrupt again. As for Han Yunshi, she chose to close her eyes. She hated people who didn't keep their promises, and she hated betrayal. Even when she heard Lady Sue's interruption, she didn't open her eyes. But this time, Han Kongan didn't hesitate, but replied decisively, "This commoner did it willingly." As soon as he said that, the whole place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if they had been cursed and turned into statues in an instant, unable to move. Especially Madame Sue, who was like a 1,000-year-old ice sculpture. She seemed to have stopped breathing. Only seventh concubine's timid little face revealed a trace of a gratified smile. It was faint and faint. "No. Old master, you can't do this. You can't." Lady Sue, who'd been frozen the most, was the first to recover her wits. She threw herself over and tripped, crying and wailing. "Old master, how could you lie? How could you be so biased, so heartless? Lady Tianxin's already been dead for so many years, and Han Yunshi's already married off. Why are you doing this? Why? Old master, I compromised to marry you and stayed as a concubine for so many years without any complaints or regrets. How could you treat me like this? How could you? Old master, say something. Answer me. How could this be?" Han Ruoxue was so stunned that she felt like she'd been sucked dry. She kept shaking her head, her heart full of anticipation. But she never expected things to turn out like this. Mu Luiyue was still waiting at the door, waiting for the Han family to delay Han Yunshi for her. She was still waiting for the bet in 3 days. How was she supposed to explain things to Mu Luiyue now? Meanwhile, Han Yuchi looked at his crying mother and gradually recovered from his shock. He shoved Han Kongan aside and cried, "Father, you're lying. You were forced to do it, you were." Han Kongan was pushed to the ground, but his gaze was firm and even exuded the cruelty of placing righteousness before family. He crawled to his feet and faced Grand Concubine Yi, repeating himself. "Grand Concubine Yi, I did it willingly. Qin Wangfei didn't force me. The Han family's storehouse key will be temporarily kept by Qin Wangfei. The master of the Han family will also be chosen by Qin Wangfei in the future, and will be decided through an examination." Grand Concubine Yi was so shocked that her face turned white. She was full of self-confidence, but never expected Han Kongan to refuse her advances and choose Han Yunshi instead. She unconsciously shook her head, unable to say anything for a long time. Who knew that at this time Han Yuchi suddenly roared angrily, "I don't agree." Saying this, he raised his fist and punched at Han Kongan. "Stop!" Han Yunshi exclaimed. She couldn't care less and immediately rushed down to stop him. Unfortunately, she was too far away to make it in time. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, seventh concubine suddenly rushed over and stood in front of Han Kongan. Bam! With a loud bang, Han Yuchi's fist landed squarely on the back of seventh madam's head. Seventh madam only felt her entire brain shake violently. Her vision turned black, and she fainted on Han Chong-an's body. Seeing this, the irritable Han Yuchi finally calmed down and realized he'd caused trouble. Unfilial son. Han Kongan raged as he hugged seventh concubine, his hair standing on end in anger as his entire body trembled. Little Ear was scared witless. After giving a start, he threw himself over and bawled, "Mother! Mother!" Han Yunshi arrived just in time to viciously grab Han Yuchi's hand and fling him to one side, her rage soaring to the skies. "Someone come, tie up Han Yuchi for this Wangfei." Seeing Qin Wangfei so angry, how could the bailiffs from the justice courts delay? How could they still bother with Grand Concubine Yi? 2 bailiffs immediately came forward to seize Han Yuchi, who was scared witless and forgot to resist. Very soon, he was tied up. Han Yunshi anxiously examined seventh concubine's injuries, only to see that she'd already lost consciousness. The entire back of her head was swollen. Han Yunshi was a doctor of poisons, so she wasn't familiar with these kinds of injuries. Meanwhile, Han Kongan was scared witless as well. He'd forgotten that he was a doctor, a divine doctor at that. Looking at the unconscious seventh concubine, his face filled with heartache and fear. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Someone come, quick, take seventh concubine away and find a doctor. Quickly! Han Yunshi shouted. A few servants rushed over to help carry seventh concubine out. Little Ear was crying and shouting as he chased after them. Han Yunshi dearly wanted to follow, but the matters in the main hall weren't over yet. Madame Su and her son, if she didn't teach them a lesson today, she wouldn't be Han anymore. Everything happened too suddenly. Lady Su watched with trepidation until seventh concubine was taken out and Han Yuchi was tied up and forced to kneel on the ground. Only then did she recover her wit. She quickly fell to her knees and begged, "Esteemed imperial concubine, have mercy! Have mercy, ah! Yuchi is only young and ignorant. His personality is rash, but he definitely doesn't have the heart to do evil. Just let him go this time." Grand concubine, had yet to recover from Han Kongan's choice before being frightened by Han Yuchi's actions. Right now, her face was ashen white as she looked at the people in the main hall, her breathing ragged. Chaos. Chaos. Victory had been within her grasp, but now it was completely out of her control. Her mind was a mess. "Madame Su, you still have the nerve to beg for mercy?" Han Yunshi retorted coldly. She couldn't believe that such a person existed. Han Yuchi is already 28 years old. He's no longer a 3-year-old child, but publicly committed violence in the main hall. He looked down on esteemed imperial concubine and ignored this Wang Fei. This is disrespect and audacity to the extreme. He attacked his father and hurt his concubine. This is unfilial and treacherous. What's the use of keeping such an unfilial and disrespectful beast? Faced with Han Yunshi's questions, Lady Su grew even more frightened as tears streamed down her face. She knew that begging Han Yunshi now was useless. Seeing that Grand Concubine didn't react, she immediately looked towards Murong Wanru for help. "Murong Wanru, Murong Wanru. You were the one who said this was foolproof. How did it turn out like this? You were the one who promised me that Grand Concubine would stand by my side. Help me put in a good word, But Murong Wanru and Grand Concubine were the same. Both of them had yet to recover from Han Kongan's attack and Han Yuchi's fright. Neither of them noticed Lady Su's obvious hints. "Official Ouyang, tell me, how do you think Han Yuchi should be dealt with according to the law for committing such treason?" Han Yunshi asked. The frightened official Ouyang hastily rose to his feet and looked between Grand Concubine and Lady Su. Neither of them knew how to answer. "Speak," Han Yunshi said angrily, her tone fierce. Official Ouyang was given a fright. How could he delay? He hastily replied. "Committing a public assault in court, according to the law, should be sentenced to 3 years in prison." "No." Han Yuchi suddenly roared like a wild beast, struggling like a madman. Fortunately, the Yamen runners held him firmly in place. His roar made the dazed Grand Concubine back away. She'd never faced such a frightening scene before and was truly frightened. She didn't care who Han Yuchi was, but cried out, "Someone come! Hurry! Hurry and drag him out! Lock him up in the prisons! Too frightening, too disrespectful of the laws." As soon as esteemed imperial concubine spoke, the Yamen runners began to drag him out, but Lady Su threw herself at them to stop them. "Esteemed imperial concubine, have mercy! Have mercy! Esteemed imperial concubine, I'm begging you." "Lady Su, what right do you have to beg, esteemed imperial concubine?" Han Yunshi cut her off harshly. Lady Su gave a start, but didn't dare to answer Han Yunshi. She only kept pleading with Grand Concubine "Esteemed imperial concubine, have mercy! Have mercy! Yuchi, he's only—" But Han Yunshi cut her off again. Lady Su, you slandered this Wang Fei, caused a ruckus at the Duke of Qin's estate, and ruined its reputation. Do you know your crimes? This Lady Su, if she didn't remind her, she'd really forget that she was a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. She couldn't even protect herself. At these words, the agitated Lady Su suddenly calmed down. As expected, she'd forgotten her own situation. Her crimes were much worse than Han Yuqi's. She slowly turned to look at Han Yunxi, only to meet Han Yunshi's ruthless gaze. Her legs turned to jelly as she fell to the ground. The Yamen runners immediately dragged Han Yuqi out. Mother, save me! Save me! Mother, find grandfather to save me. I didn't do it on purpose. Mother! In the silence of the room, Han Yuqi's laughable cries for help were obvious and full of sarcasm. If his grandfather, the Minister of Appointments, knew of today's events, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself. How could he save them? Han Yuqi's crimes were his own. Lady Su's crimes were both serious and minor. If things went wrong, even the Minister of Appointments would be implicated. As Han Yuqi's cries for help grew distant, the large hall finally quieted down. Lady Su knelt on the ground, while Third Madame Li had long pulled the disgruntled Han Ruoxue far away. She didn't dare to make another sound. Meanwhile, Han Kongan knelt disheartenedly with his head bowed. Everything had finally calmed down, but it was precisely this calm that heralded the arrival of an even bigger storm. Han Yunxi took a deep breath and returned to her seat by Grand Concubine Yi's side. She straightened out her clothes and sat down. As long as Han Kongan didn't slander her and stood by her side, she wasn't afraid of anything. She looked towards Grand Concubine Yi and said word by word, Mu Fei, the truth has been revealed. How to deal with Lady Su, I ask you to make the decision. Grand Concubine Yi composed herself before slowly turning to look at Han Yunxi. She knew that she'd lost again. Han Yunxi was only a young girl without any backing or support. Why was she so hard to deal with? Why did Han Kongan leave the Han family's future in Han Yunxi's hands and refuse her good intentions? Could it be that she'd really underestimated Han Yunxi? For the first time, Grand Concubine Yi's heart wavered. But before she could speak, Murong Wanru spoke up. Mu Fei, I think this was all a misunderstanding. That's why things turned out like this. Even if Lady Su hadn't reminded her, Murong Wanru would have spoken up by now. To put it bluntly, she'd planned all of this from the start. Lady Su was simply giving her a chance. If she didn't do something, with Madame Su's personality, she would most likely give up and expose her. Then, she would be done for. It wasn't little sister Wanru who was slandered. Is it easy for little sister Wanru to speak while standing? Han Yunxi retorted with a cold smile. Murong Wanru grew anxious and stood up. Sister-in-law, don't say things like that. How could I mean that? I'm just thinking for your Han family, aren't I? After all, your family. Tisk, tsk. Han Yunxi sighed with emotion in her heart. This Murong Wanru was the epitome of a white lotus. But Han Yunxi had never been clumsy with words. She lazily retorted, Little sister Wanru's words mean that the Duke of Qin's affairs aren't my family's affairs? Little sister Wanru doesn't consider me family? Chapter 131. Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. The Han family is your maternal family, Murong Wanru was about to explain, but Han Yunxi didn't give her a chance. Little sister Wanru's right. The Han family is my maternal family, so these matters count as my family's affairs. But the Duke of Qin's estate is my husband's family. How could I favor my maternal family and harm my husband's family? Little sister Wanru, don't you think so? Murong Wanru quickly nodded. Of course, but Han Yunxi cut her off again. I'm not even planning to side with my maternal family, so there's no need for little sister Wanru to give me face and plead leniency for my maternal family? Murong Wanru's face turned green at these words. She wanted to pretend to be kind and say that she was thinking for Han Yunxi's sake and pleading leniency for her maternal family. But before she could speak, Han Yunxi rejected her. Murong Wanru glanced down and saw Lady Su sitting there without moving. It wasn't clear whether she'd lost her wits or was listening to their conversation. This Lady Su really is troublesome. While Murong Wanru was at a loss, Han Yunshi continued. Of course, if little sister Wanru is pleading leniency for the sake of someone else instead of me, then I won't stop you. I'm not. Murong Wanru blurted out in a panic. Grand concubine, he wasn't an idiot. She didn't need to think too much to pick up on the clues. She knitted her brows as she looked towards Murong Wanru, who grew alarmed and sat back down. How would she dare to persuade her again? She hastened to explain. Since sister-in-law is so fair and impartial, then I won't say any more. As for how to handle things, it'll be up to Mufei to decide. Grand concubine had complete trust in Murong Wanru, so she didn't think much of it. One hand rested on the table while the other knitted her brows. Unexpectedly, Madame Su's eyes suddenly lit up. They were so bright that they seemed to be able to penetrate one's eyes and look into one's heart. At this moment, the person she was looking at was none other than Murong Wanru. Seeing this, the guilty Murong Wanru's heart skipped a beat as all the pores on her body stood on end. This Lady Su, what did she mean? What was she trying to do? Han Yunshi witnessed the entire scene. Today, she was going to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only was she going to prove to the entire capital that she had no intention of coveting the Han family's fortune, but she was also going to get rid of Madame Su and her son for it. Of course, more importantly, she was going to uncover the true culprit who instigated Madame Su to cause trouble. Murong Wanru, this time, you've finally fallen into my hands. Han Yunshi's lips curved into a crafty smile as she asked, Little sister Wanru, I can see that Mufei is vexed. Why don't you help Mufei think of a way to severely punish Lady Su as a warning to others? Severely punish Madame Su as a warning to others? Murong Wanru's inability to intercede for Madame Su had already made her feel guilty enough. Now Han Yunshi had actually thrown such a question at her. This was the rhythm of pushing her into the fire pit. Madame Su's sharp gaze was as sharp as a knife. Murong Wanru didn't dare to look straight at her. She couldn't care less and hurriedly tried to persuade her. Sister-in-law, Mother is a Buddhist and forgives people wherever possible. I think this matter is ultimately your maternal family's matter, and it's also a misunderstanding. Why don't, Sister Wanru, didn't I say that you don't need to give me face? Han Yunshi kindly reminded her. Sister-in-law, I know that you're a fair person, and I also know that your heart is with our family. It's not good for you to beg for mercy on behalf of your maternal family. How about this, today's matter? Before Murong Wanru could finish speaking, Han Yunshi laughed. Sister Wanru, how can you face Mother when you're so partial to the Han family? It doesn't matter if Madame Su slanders me, but how can she cause a ruckus in front of the Duke of Qin's gate? This has caused an uproar in the city. Those who don't know might think that something happened to Mother. As Han Yunshi spoke, she pretended to ponder. What did those rumors say before? Oh, that's right, they're all suspecting that someone bribed the justice courts and coveted the Han family's assets. How could I have the skills to bribe the justice courts? They're obviously suspecting Mother. They even said something about the Han family's storehouses. Those are truly rare items. At these words, Grand Concubine, who'd been knitting her brows, immediately raised her head to shoot Han Yunshi a sharp look. Still, Han Yunshi wasn't afraid. Mufei, now that the truth is out, you don't have to give Chinchia face. Lady Su's crimes are heinous, so she needs to be severely punished as a warning to others. Otherwise, who knows what kind of rumors will spread outside. Grand Concubine had a belly full of fire for failing to catch Han Yunshi today. She was unreconciled, but she had to admit that Han Yunshi's words were very reasonable. She'd been pondering the same thing all this time. This matter had already caused an uproar in the city. How could she clean up the mess beautifully without leaving any evidence behind? She'd let Han Yunshi go because she had no choice. As for Madame Su, Even if Han Yunshi didn't say anything, Grand Concubine Yi wouldn't let her off easily. She was trying to figure out how to deal with this matter so she could save her own face and convince the people waiting by the justice courts. After all, those people were just like her in the past. They all believed that Han Yunshi wanted to seize the Han family's assets. If she didn't figure out how to deal with this matter, and threw out the results of her interrogation, it'd be hard to convince outsiders even if the matter was over. Those who didn't know better might even think that she and the Duke of Qin's men had tortured the Han family members in the justice courts. After all, Grand Concubine Yi had been in charge for years. Although her heart was unreconciled, she still had to calm down and consider all aspects at a time like this. Grand Concubine Yi stared at Han Yunshi for a long time without replying. If she did, it'd be admitting her failure to Han Yunshi. She hated this feeling too much. She looked towards Official Ouyang and said, "Official Ouyang, now that the truth has been revealed, how should Madame Su be judged for slandering Qin Wangfei and insulting the Duke of Qin's reputation?" In a flash, everyone looked towards Official Ouyang. Even Madame Su stared at him without a word. Cold eyes. On one side, Han Ruoshua's palms were covered in sweat. At this point, she knew that things were set in stone and there was no turning back. Once they cleared things up outside, wouldn't Mu Luiwei be disappointed when she saw this? No, she had to think carefully about what to say later. "What's wrong? Why are your hands so sweaty?" Madame Li asked in a low voice. It's nothing, I'm just angry." "Father really shouldn't have," Han Ruoshua quickly replied. She didn't dare tell her mother that Mu Luiwei was outside, much less the bet between Han Yunshi and Mu Luiwei. After delivering the tea leaves, her mother had told her to stop interacting with Mu Luiwei. After all, Han Yunshi and Mu Luiwei weren't on good terms. She was still Han Yunshi's little sister, so she had to avoid her. In the room, Madame Su was the most taciturn. Murong Wanru couldn't help but feel her hairs stand on end. She only felt that Madame Su was waiting for a result before exploding and taking her down with her. Murong Wanru clenched her fists, her back drenched in cold sweat. What should she do? Was there anything she could do to stop Madame Su? Official Ouyang didn't dare to look at Madame Su, but turned his head away and said awkwardly, "According to the law, she should be beheaded." As soon as he said this, Madame Su, who had been kneeling all this time, suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Murong Wanru's entire body trembled. She couldn't hold it in anymore and stood up, crying out in alarm, "Madame Su, what do you want to do?" "Second Madam, spreading rumors doesn't warrant death. I didn't expect that not only did you spread rumors, but you also caused a ruckus at the Duke of Qin's gate and incited the people. Have you gone senile? You actually did this kind of thing?" Han Yunshi said coldly. These words sounded like a reprimand, but they were reminding Madame Su that spreading rumors didn't warrant death. She had been instigated and used by others to end up like this. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a person. Her son had already been imprisoned for 3 years, and she herself was facing the death penalty. There was no hope of becoming the head of the Han family. Madame Su had already reached the point where she had nothing left to lose. When a person was in a situation where they had nothing left to lose, what else would she care about? She was like a person who had fallen into water, pulling anyone down with her. As soon as Han Yunshi finished speaking, Madame Su looked coldly at Murong Wanru and suddenly stepped forward. Frightened, Murong Wanru shot forward to block Madame Su's way, looking like she wanted to protect Grand Concubine Yi. She said angrily, "What do you want to do? You're impudent. If you disturb esteemed imperial concubine, your crimes are unforgivable." Madame Su backed up a step so she could see Murong Wanru's face more clearly. Gradually, she broke into a cold smile, her lips full of ridicule. This Murong Wanru had promised her in the past that even if Grand Concubine Yi got angry, she'd have ways to deal with it. Otherwise, how could she not know that causing trouble at the Duke of Qin's estate was the same as causing trouble at the imperial palace? That was a capital offense. Murong Wanru's back was to Grand Concubine Yi, her face filled with panic. She'd planned everything so well. Once she toppled Han Yunshi, Mu Fei would be in a good mood. Then she'd just have to say a few words of persuasion. Madame Su would have some merit as well, so she'd be fine. How could she know that Han Yunshi could reverse the situation and gain Han Kong'an's support? Wanru, hurry over here. Someone come, seize Madame Su for me. Grand Concubine Yi was anxious, worried about Murong Wanru's safety. Han Yunshi watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting for Murong Wanru to sit back down obediently and for Madame Su to reveal everything. But as soon as the Yamen runners stepped forward, Madame Su suddenly drew close to Murong Wanru and grabbed her by the arm. She was about to curse when Murong Wanru said in a low voice, "Madame Su, don't forget that you still have father. If you dare to expose me without any proof, my Mu Fei will never believe you. Moreover, I promise that your entire Su clan won't have a good ending." Madame Su gave a start at these words. That's right, she still had father and her brothers and sisters from her maternal family. Without any proof, if Grand Concubine Yi didn't believe her and Murong Wanru held a grudge, then the Su clan's future days would be miserable. Madame Su's hands stiffened before she immediately let go. Murong Wanru retreated like she was fleeing, her face pale with fright. She patted her chest a few times and took deep breath. Outsiders all thought she'd been frightened by Madame Su, but she was rejoicing over the fact that she'd found a chance to warn Madame Su in time. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to deal with the situation today. Although she had no proof, Mu Fei would definitely have her own thoughts. After all, she'd used Mu Fei's reputation as a stake this time. Just based on this point alone, Imperial Concubine Mother would definitely not forgive her. No matter what, she was still an adopted daughter. Seeing the Yamen runners take Madame Su into custody, Grand Concubine Yi exhaled in relief and stood up to wave at Murong Wanru. "Wanru, come here, quick! Let Mu Fei take a look and see if you're hurt. Are you frightened?" Chapter 132. Murong Wanru was already frightened to begin with. Now that she was exaggerating, it made her look even more real. Anyone who saw her would want to protect her. She hastily walked to Grand Concubine Yi's side with teary eyes. "Mu Fei, I never thought she'd really, she was too impudent. She scared me to death." So speaking, she began to sob. Grand Concubine Yi examined her arm and saw that it was only a scratch mark. She relaxed and pulled her into her arms to sit by her side. "It's fine now, it's fine. Don't be scared." Right now, Han Yunshi had no time to watch Murong Wanru's act. She knitted her brows at Lady Su, only to see the woman's lifeless eyes filled with despair. What was going on? Lady Su was clearly about to explode, so why did she suddenly wilt? Just what had happened just then? Murong Wanru must have done something, or else Lady Su's personality wouldn't let it go so easily. Han Yunshi whipped her head towards Murong Wanru, only to see her like a frightened child as she nestled pitifully in Grand Concubine Yi's arms. It was obvious that Murong Wanru didn't care about Lady Su at all. She leaned against Grand Concubine Yi's shoulder with her eyes shut. Han Yunshi's temper flared at the sight as she clenched her fists. She didn't know what Murong Wanru had done, but judging from Lady Su's reaction, she must have been firmly grasped by Murong Wanru. Abominable! Lady Su was done for. This time, Murong Wanru had escaped calamity once again. Han Yunshi wasn't satisfied, but she had no proof. If Lady Su didn't testify, then she had no way to expose Murong Wanru. How stifling! This disgusting white lotus. She had to find a way to marry her off as soon as possible, or else she'd only have dreams if she stayed at home. Lady Su's actions infuriated Grand Concubine Yi even more. She raged, "Someone come, take this slut away. She'll be beheaded after the new year." Official Ouyang's features were scrunched up in a knot, but he didn't dare dissuade Grand Concubine Yi in the face of her rage. He immediately ordered the men to take her away. Madame Su didn't resist and didn't look at Morong Wanru and Han Yunshi again. Instead, she looked at Han Kangen, who was kneeling on the side and hadn't said a word. That gaze was as if it had been dipped in poison, filled with resentment and viciousness. That's right, the one she should really blame and hate wasn't anyone else, but Han Kangen. It was Han Kangen's choice that caused all of this. However, the sad thing was that Han Kangen did not look at her. He did not even know that she was looking at him with resentment. A day as husband and wife meant endless devotion for the rest of their lives. Han Kangen's heart was abnormally heavy, but he didn't regret it. Actually, even without Little Ear and Seventh Madam, he would have chosen Han Yunshi all the same. He could tell that Grand Concubine Yi was trying to get on his good side because she wanted to deal with Han Yunshi. Once she got rid of Han Yunshi, the Han family would be useless. How could Grand Concubine Yi think highly of the Han family and support them? On the other hand, Han Yunshi was the one who could truly revive the Han family. Pure and untainted jade, Han Yunshi's medical skills were exquisite and her potential astonishing. He believed that as long as Han Yunshi's heart was with the Han family and she was willing to support the new head of house, the Han family would be able to regain a foothold in the medical community. Moreover, Han Yunshi's birth mother, Lady Tianxin, and Han Yunshi's mysterious birth father were both figures with great backgrounds in the medical community. If the Han family could use Han Yunshi to form connections in the future, it would be even more incredible. For the sake of the Han family's future, Han Kangen was willing to sacrifice everything. After Madame Su left, Morong Wanru slowly rose from Grand Concubine Yi's arms and said in a low voice, "Mu Fei, Wanru has lost face for you. What are you saying? You have the heart to protect Mu Fei, which means you're the bravest." Grand Concubine Yi was very serious. She wasn't blind, but perhaps she trusted Morong Wanru too much to see through her. Morong Wanru's face was modest as she said, "Mu Fei, now that the truth has come to light, it's time to return sister-in-law's innocence. It's even more important to return Mu Fei's innocence. It's really unlucky to incur such infamy for no reason." Tsk. Morong Wanru, that white lotus bitch, could still say such things now? Han Yunshi was truly angry as she mocked. What, little sister Wanru isn't pleading for leniency for the Han family anymore? You know how to empathize with me and Mu Fei now? Sister-in-law, I was giving you face at first, but I never thought that Madame Su would be so impudent. How could I still plead for leniency for her? Morong Wanru immediately retorted, her huff and puff. Those who didn't know better might really think she was disappointed in Madame Su. Grand Concubine Yi had been knitting her brows the entire time, so she didn't pay attention to Han Yunshi and Morong Wanru's conversation. Now that she did, she could tell that something was off. She blinked her eyes, as if pondering over something. "Little sister Wanru, don't get so worked up. I was just asking casually. Aya, this Madame Su really has guts. I don't know who gave her the gall to cause a ruckus in front of the Duke of Qin's estate. She should be regretting it now, right?" Han Yunshi said carelessly. Although it was useless, it was still a reminder to Grand Concubine Yi so she could go back and think over the strangeness of the situation. As expected, Grand Concubine Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with. I'm curious as well. She really does have guts." Hearing these words, Morong Wanru pursed her lips and inwardly rejoiced that she hadn't been exposed. She quickly changed the topic. "Mu Fei, there are still commoners waiting outside. You have to give an explanation for this matter." Grand Concubine Yi had thought it over for a long time before coming to a conclusion. She looked towards Han Kangen and said coldly, "Han Kangen, this matter arose because of your Han family. Since you've chosen Qin Wangfei, shouldn't you give those unruly commoners an explanation? Otherwise, Qin Wangfei wouldn't be able to handle the Han family storehouse key." Actually, Han Kangen wanted to do the same even without Grand Concubine Yi's request. He had long predicted that Han Yunshi accepting the storehouse key would cause a lot of misunderstandings and gossip. He wanted to find a chance to remind Han Yunshi, but now was also a good chance. He could use this chance to let Han Yunshi have the right to handle the storehouse key. That way, she wouldn't run into any trouble in the future when she interfered with the Han family affairs. Yes, this commoner obeys. Han Kongan was about to rise when Third Madame Li pulled Han Ruoshu over. She called out plaintively, "Old master." Han Yunshi looked over and laughed in her heart. "Li Mingmei, Li Mingmei. You're really good at holding back. You waited until now to speak up. Although you have a quiet and indifferent personality, it's still too late to speak up now. Instead, it'll seem more deliberate. Just wait, your true face will be exposed very soon." Han Kongan looked over and sighed softly. "Ming Mei, this matter." Before Han Kongan could finish, Madame Li quickly bowed. "Everything will be as old master says. Giving the storehouse key to esteemed Wang Fei is better than letting it fall into the hands of those uncles. This concubine understands." Back then, Han Kongan had taken this Third Inyang in because firstly, Third Inyang liked to read medical books and could get along well with him. Secondly, it was also because Third Inyang was not weak, but had a temperament that stood aloof from worldly affairs. Her mother was very quiet, but Han Ruoshue's face was ashen white. She didn't want to go out at all. "Official Ouyang, prepare the carriage." Grand concubine lazily rose to her feet, not sparing Han Kongan and the rest a glance as she walked past. Han Yunshi brought up the rear, shooting Han Kongan a grateful look before hurrying to catch up with Grand Concubine Yi. After so long, there were still plenty of people crowding around the justice courts. Right now, they were still talking amongst themselves. Most of the people who'd waited this long were busybodies who liked to gossip about others behind their back. Of course, Mu Luiyue didn't leave, either. She was filled with anticipation for the moment when Han Yunshi was brought out, her hands tied behind her back. As soon as Murong Wanru came out supporting Grand Concubine Yi, the crowd fell silent. When they saw Han Yunshi come out alone, they were stunned. Mu Luiyue's bright eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion. How could Han Yunshi still be fine? In a flash, the crowd was filled with suspicions. Judging from Qin Wangfei's appearance, it didn't seem like anything major had happened. What was the result? When Third Madame came out supporting Han Kongan, the crowd fell into an uproar. Mu Luiyue couldn't help but back up a step, knowing that something bad had happened. "Where's Lady Su? Why did Divine Dr. Han come out personally? Heavens, I thought I'd never see Divine Dr. Han again. Where's Seventh Madam? And that young master? Just what's going on? What's he trying to do?" Hearing the uproar, Grand Concubine Yi couldn't make out what the crowd was talking about, but she could tell that they were all questioning her. Although she maintained a dignified expression, her heart was filled with irritation. These were a bunch of uneducated, vulgar, and unruly people. If not for the fear of affecting her reputation, she'd never stand here and be the object of their discussion. She had already given the order to convict all of them and lock them up in the prison. After all, she was Tianing country's most respected and only Grand Concubine. She was also the Mu Fei of the most respected Duke of Qin and the only imperial uncle's Mu Fei. How could it be easy for ordinary people to see her? Grand Concubine Yi didn't want to stay a moment longer. She shot an unhappy look at official Ouyang, who immediately stepped forward and raised a hand to silence the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, after the trial, it's clear that Qin Wangfei coveted the Han family's assets and stole the storehouse key. It was all a fabrication and false accusation. Lady Su spread rumors and maliciously slandered her innocence. She gathered a crowd to cause a ruckus at the Duke of Qin's estate, not only damaging Qin Wangfei's reputation, but Grand Concubine Yi's as well. According to Tianing's laws, she's already been sentenced to death and will be beheaded after the new year." When official Ouyang's words reached this point, the entire place suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that everyone could hear the sound of their breathing clearly. Heavens! How could this be? Madame Su actually framed Qin Wangfei and was sentenced to death? In a flash, the old women that Lady Su had brought along with her, as well as those who'd supported her, all grew fearful. Their legs turned to jelly as they held their breaths, afraid that they'd be discovered and implicated. Of course, it was impossible to say that no one had any suspicions, but who dared to openly raise them now? Grand Concubine, he looked at the silent crowd before shooting Han Kongan a cold look. Official Ouyang quickly gave Han Kongan a shove from the shadows. Han Kongan sucked in a deep breath before standing up and declaring loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this Han was the one who willingly gave the Han family storehouse key to Qin Wangfei and asked her to keep it safe for me. In the future, I'll help the elders of the clan elect a new head of house. Qin Wangfei's coveting of the Han family's assets is purely false. I hope that no one will presume to criticize my Han family's affairs today. I also warn those with ulterior motives not to sow discord between Qin Wangfei and my Han family." Chapter 133. Han Kongan's words were sonorous and forceful, his aura threatening. Although he was dressed in prison robes, he didn't lose the bearing of a head of house. His words dispelled everyone's suspicions. After all, Han Kongan's attitude didn't seem like he'd been forced, but very serious. As soon as Han Kongan finished speaking, official Ouyang hastened to add, "Esteemed imperial concubine was benevolent today and only punished Madame Su as a warning to others. She won't investigate the crimes of the others, so I hope that everyone will conduct themselves well. If anyone dares to carelessly criticize again, I won't let them off lightly." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. The crowd had all been scared witless and impulsive. Who knew things would turn out like this? Murong Wanru immediately shot looks at the crowd. Soon enough, several people took the lead in kneeling. "Esteemed imperial concubine is benevolent. We thank esteemed imperial concubine for not punishing us." As a result, the crowd all knelt down and shouted their thanks. It was a spectacular sight in front of the justice courts. Mu Luiyue was the only one who didn't kneel. She stood in a corner with a cold gaze, coldly examining Han Ruoshu. Of course, Han Ruoshu saw her, but it was only a glance before she immediately lowered her head. Seeing Han Ruoshu lower her head, Mu Luiyue grew even angrier. She'd always looked down on her foster daughter, Murong Wanru, and Lady Su, who was condescending to be a concubine. For the sake of delaying Han Yunshi's investigation, she didn't hesitate to cooperate with the two of them. She never expected to draw water with a bamboo basket. It was fine if they didn't do anything to Han Yunshi, but they even cleared her name and gave her a proper reason to get the key to the Han family storehouse. Seeing Han Yunshi standing high above in the limelight, how could she swallow this? Mu Liyue's eyes narrowed, as if she was making a decision. At this moment, the displeased Grand Concubine Yi's expression finally improved at the sight of the kneeling crowd. Still, she was as haughty as ever as she swept a disdainful glance at the crowd. Without a word, she prepared to leave. Han Yunshi was also anxious to check on 7th Concubine and Little Er's situation. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Mu Luiyue suddenly walked out from the side and shouted loudly, "Qin Wangfei, I finally see you today. I thought you were afraid of losing and hiding." At these words, Grand Concubine Yi, Murong Wanru, and Han Yunshi all stopped at the same time to turn their heads. At the same time, the kneeling masses all looked towards the right in astonishment. He saw Mu Luiyue standing there gracefully. Among the kneeling crowd, she looked especially high and mighty. Mu Luiyue knew that if she exposed the bet today, it would affect her father and brother's investigation of the real murderer. But for the sake of toppling Han Yunshi, she was willing to risk everything. Today, with so many people here, she was going to let everyone know that she and Han Yunshi had a bet. 3 days later, she was going to fulfill her promise of stripping and parading through the streets. She was certain that Han Yunshi still hadn't found the culprit. If she did, she would have flaunted her prowess to her by now. How could she still be hiding? There were only 3 days left. She'd expose the truth now and let everyone know. In these 3 days, she had plenty of ways to cause more trouble and make her too busy to investigate. In any case, Han Yunshi was bound to lose this bet. Grand Concubine Yi glanced at Murong Wanru before a cold smile rose to her lips. She elegantly turned around and stopped in her tracks, not planning to leave. It looked like the curtains had fallen on the Han family's show, but Han Yunshi's wasn't over yet. One incident after another, Han Yunshi really didn't have good relations with people. Murong Wanru never expected Mu Luiwe to jump out now. This was great. She shot Mu Luiwe a meaningful look, indicating that she could make as much of a fuss as she wanted. She'd definitely help out well over the next 3 days, so that Han Yunshi wouldn't have the time or energy to find the real culprit. Han Yunshi was the most surprised. She never expected Mu Luiwe to publicize the bet in public. After her shock, she angrily rebuked. Mu Luiwe, have some sense of propriety. Is there a need to talk about our private matters in public? You should know the consequences are very bad. Han Yunshi had already spoken very bluntly. Once the matter of the bet was exposed, it had also exposed the fact that she'd helped the young general investigate the culprit behind the poisoning. This matter involved a northernly spy, and the Long Fei Yi had always wanted to keep it a secret. Had Mu Luiwe gone mad or stupid? But in the face of Han Yunshi's blunt warning, Mu Luiwe didn't restrain herself, but grew even more aggressive. Qin Wangfei, could it be that you're afraid of losing? Is that why you don't dare to publicize the matter? In 3 days, the date of the bet will be up. Since everyone's here today, including esteemed imperial concubine, it's better to publicize the matter so that everyone can be witnesses. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. You. Han Yunshi was truly infuriated. She glanced at Madame Li and her daughter out of the corner of her eye, only to see Han Ruoxue rejoicing in her misfortune. Madame Li was as calm as ever. If Madame Li knew about her bet with Mu Luiwe, how would she react? Seeing Han Yunshi refuse to answer directly, Mu Luiwe intensified her attacks, feigning curiosity as she asked, Qin Wangfei, could it be that you don't dare? You're not prepared to renege on the bet, are you? Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes, her entire being emanating a killing intent that kept people away. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone else was here, she'd really rush down and seal Mu Luiwe's mouth. This idiot. The suspect was right here, so what was she muttering about? Sister-in-law, just what did you bet with Miss Luiwe? It's not something shameful, so tell us all. How could Murong Wanru remain silent at a time like this? That's right, it's nothing shameful. Qin Wangfei, I'll tell you, Mu Luiwe pressed on. Miss Luiwe, just what is it? Speak as you please. With me here, I won't allow anyone to act shamelessly. Grand Concubine Yi spoke up as well. Under everyone's gaze, Mu Luiwe felt a sense of accomplishment. As she walked over, the crowd automatically opened up a path for her. Lung looked at Mu Luiwe. Han Yunshi had no way to stop things from developing, so she might as well throw caution to the wind. In any case, this was the capital, Long Fei Ye's territory. It wouldn't be easy for Madame Li to escape. Before the tea leaves test results came out, she'd take this as a chance to sound out Madame Li and her daughter. Han Yunshi was looking forward to Madame Li's reaction. When Mu Luiwe reached the bottom of the steps, she couldn't hold back anymore. To reply, Grand Concubine Yi, Qin Wangfei and I made a bet to find the true culprit who poisoned the young general within a month. If she loses, Mu Luiwe gave Han Yunshi a provocative look before continuing. If she loses, she'll take off her outer robes and run a lap around Xuanwu Street. 3 days from now will be the agreed date. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place was silent at first, but very quickly it burst into an uproar. Heavens! This bet is too much. Who proposed this bet? Isn't it too ruthless? TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm so looking forward to it. It had to be said that this bet was too shocking. Many people had forgotten what they were betting on. Han Yunxi's first reaction was to look towards Madame Li and her daughter, only to discover that Han Ruoxue was still rejoicing in their misfortune, while Madame Li was as calm and silent as ever. She didn't show any signs of shock or guilt. How could they be like this? At least give some reaction. Han Yunxi couldn't believe it. She couldn't help but wonder if she'd guessed wrong again. But in reality, Madame Li's heart was already in a state of upheaval. She assumed that Han Yunxi would be in trouble as soon as she returned and wouldn't have time to worry about Mu Qingwu's matters. Who knew that she'd make a comeback in just half a day? Who knew that Han Yunxi had a bet like this? There were only 3 days left to the bet and the stakes were so high. With Han Yunxi's personality, how could she be willing to lose? If she didn't lose, then she had to win. This meant that Han Yunxi would be able to uncover the true culprit in 3 days. But who would she be able to uncover in 3 days? Last time, Han Yunxi and Long Fei had secretly investigated her courtyard without finding anything. Although they'd already suspected her, they had no evidence to back up their claims. Moreover, Han Yunxi had been kidnapped for the past few days. Where would she find the time to investigate the poison? Could it be that she already had some evidence in her hands? Was that why she dared to place such a high bet? Could it be that jar of tea leaves? Thinking of this, Madame Li became more and more uneasy. She had always been the most meticulous. Other than that jar of tea leaves, she didn't leave any evidence. Even if Han Yunxi suspected her, she couldn't do anything to her. But that jar of tea leaves, the more Madame Li thought about it, the more anxious she became. However, she had been hiding for so many years, so she was able to remain calm and collected. Soon, she comforted herself. No matter what, nothing had happened, so she shouldn't jump to a conclusion so quickly. Moreover, her method of poisoning was very tricky. Even if that jar of poisonous tea leaves fell into Han Yunxi's hands, Han Yunxi might not be able to find out the cause. One had to know that the poisonous tea leaves that she personally made, other than her master, there shouldn't be a second person in the world who could detoxify it. Madame Li mentally prepared herself in the shortest time possible. The expression on her face became more and more calm, without the slightest flaw. The more Han Yunxi looked, the more puzzled she felt. She couldn't admit that she'd guessed wrong, but Madame Li's reaction, just what was Long Fei Yi doing now? Did it take that long to find a poison master to look at the report? Once they got the report, they'd have evidence to arrest the culprit. Han Yunxi, is Miss Liyue speaking the truth? Grand Concubine Yi's words silenced the noisy crowd and pulled Han Yunxi back to reality. Murong Wanru was close behind her. Sister-in-law, it can't be true, right? You went missing for a few days just to avoid this bet, right? Sister-in-law, although this bet is too much, a person has to keep their word. Han Yunxi was too caught up in her thoughts to see if her guess was correct that she'd forgotten about the stake. Hearing Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru's echoes, she finally realized that things were far from good. These people were too abominable. Every single one of them had bad intentions and hid her while she was down. They were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Han Yunxi was still fuming. She hadn't even replied to Grand Concubine Yi when an unexpected person spoke up as well. Big sis, I heard Miss Liyue talk about this bet long ago. You're not going to go back on your word now, are you? The speaker was none other than Han Ruoxue. Han Ruoxue. This was the suspect Han Yunxi had identified, the person who'd personally given the poison tea leaves to Mu Liyue. But she wasn't guilty at all, and was even helping Mu Liyue? Chapter 134. Madame Li's mental fortitude was strong, but Han Ruoxue was different. With Han Ruoxue's personality, she shouldn't not feel guilty at all. Han Yunxi's brows were tightly knitted. Who knew that at this time, Madame Li would also speak up, Ruoxue, you're not allowed to slander the princess consort. If the princess consort agreed to something, she definitely wouldn't go back on her words. Madame Li didn't think that her daughter already knew about the bet. However, seeing Han Yunxi's reaction, she didn't mind adding a sentence to interfere with Han Yunxi's judgment. Without a doubt, Madame Li's words made Han Yunxi's brows knit even tighter. Damn it, was her speculation right or wrong? At this moment, everyone was staring at Han Yunxi, waiting for her answer. Madame Li was waiting for her to waver. What would Han Yunxi choose? Would she admit it, defend herself, or deny it? Suddenly, Han Yunxi looked at everyone and loudly said, "It's true. This Princess Consort and Miss Luiyue really did have this agreement. Mother, and everyone present, please bear witness." No matter how dense the fog was, she still had a firm belief in her heart. She firmly believed that her speculation and judgment weren't wrong. She firmly believed that the can of tea leaves was the evidence of poison. She wasn't just betting with Mu Luiyue, she was betting with Madame Li, and she was betting with herself. She was sick of these people's faces and couldn't wait to make them all shut up. No one thought that Han Yunxi would actually admit it like this. However, not only did Han Yunxi admit it, she raised her voice by a few decibels and said with a sonorous voice, "There's no need for 3 days. This bet will have an answer right now." There will be an answer right now? Heavens! Suddenly, there was an uproar that shook the sky. No one could believe that things would develop to this point. Mu Luiyue was shocked and her heart began to beat wildly. How was this possible? If there was an answer right now, then why didn't Han Yunxi immediately look for her? With Han Yunxi's personality, how could she let her off so easily? No. Mu Luiyue shook her head subconsciously. Han Yunxi must be lying. She must be scaring her on purpose. Madame Li couldn't control her heartbeat. She didn't expect that not only did Han Yunxi not get discouraged, she even became more motivated. There would be an answer now. Where would she get the answer? Finally, Li sure felt guilty, but she didn't show it. No. She also did not believe that Han Yunxi must have been forced to make up such a lie in desperation. She was either scaring Mu Luiyue or testing her in this way. No matter what, she could not reveal any flaws. She could not let Han Yunxi find out anything. Han Yunxi definitely didn't have the ability to detect the 10,000 snake poison in the tea leaves. Definitely not. After making up her mind, Han Yunxi finally looked Madame Li in the eye. She had completely thrown caution to the wind. In any case, there were only 3 days left. If Madame Han and her daughter weren't the culprits, then she'd have to search for new clues. 3 days wasn't enough time. Rather than letting Mu Luiyue show off here and letting Murong Wanru and Grand Concubine hit her when she was down, she might as well give it her all. Seeing Han Yunxi look over, Madame Li's heartbeat sped up again. Their eyes met and the surroundings were noisy, but there was no sound between them. The air was filled with tension. Suddenly, Murong Wanru grabbed Han Yunxi's hand and pretended to be happy. "Sister-in-law, there's a result now? So you've found the real culprit? That's great, hurry up and say it. You won't lose." These words immediately reminded Mu Luiyue, who immediately chased after them. "If that's the case, then esteemed Wang Fei, please lay out the evidence and reveal the real culprit. We'll all listen with respectful attention and wait to see." Han Yunxi narrowed her eyes before replying without hesitation. "All right. Lock up your ears and listen carefully." Seeing her so confident, Mu Luiyue suddenly felt a little diffident. But no matter what, she was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. She couldn't lose face even if she lost. Gritting her teeth, she replied loudly, "Speak." In the silence of the crowd, their voices were especially loud and clear. Even from a distance they could hear them clearly. Everyone's attention was focused on Han Yunxi. They were both nervous and expectant, feeling as if the air had been stretched taut to the point of collapse. But just as Han Yunxi was about to tell them about the tea leaves, a voice suddenly cut through the crowd to land between Han Yunxi and Mu Luiyue. This person was none other than young General Mu Qingwu. Mu Qingwu was actually here. Mu Qingwu was the victim of this case, so he should be here. Mu Luiyue immediately grabbed Mu Qingwu's arm. Brother, esteemed Wang Fei said that she's already found the real culprit. You should listen carefully and find out who did this to you. Mu Qingwu was very clear about the tea leaf. Han Yunxi thought that he must be here under orders to capture Madame Li and her daughter. Young General, about the real culprit, Han Yunxi was about to speak, but Mu Qingwu interrupted her. Esteemed Wang Fei, the real culprit's case is very important and has a great influence. It's not suitable to discuss it in public. Mu Qingwu had heard their argument from afar and was extremely anxious. That can of tea leaves didn't have any toxins, so there was no evidence. That's why the Duke of Qin hadn't made a move yet. Even if there was no evidence, Madame Li and her daughter were still very suspicious. If the tea leaves were revealed at this time, it would definitely alarm Madame Li and it would be difficult to continue the investigation. However, Han Yunxi didn't understand Mu Qingwu's words. She was angry. Could it be that this fellow was going to protect his little sister at this critical juncture? He had promised her that he would deal with this matter impartially. Mu Luiyue, on the other hand, was overjoyed. No one understood her brother better than she did. Since he'd said so, then he must be protecting Qin Wangfei. He must have yet to find the real culprit. Very good. Han Yunxi, this time you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Brother, the real culprit's case has already been made public. There's no need to hide it anymore. It's better to give everyone an explanation so that they can be at ease. Otherwise, the capital will be in a panic and the influence will be even worse. Mu Luiyue loudly said. What do you know? Shut up. Mu Qingwu reprimanded in a low voice. Brother, don't tell me you're going to protect esteemed Wang Fei? Although esteemed Wang Fei did save you, kindness is kindness. A bet is a bet. You can't mix the two together. Mu Luiyue was still very loud, refusing to let go. Mu Qingwu panicked and simply snapped, Don't speak nonsense. Go back. Seeing this, Han Yunxi immediately realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Chu Shifeng arrived and landed by Han Yunxi's side to whisper in her ear. Esteemed Wang Fei, it's bad. The tea leaves aren't poisoned. Han Yunxi's face turned ashen at these words. Not poisoned? How could this be? Was she really wrong? Had she really lost the bet? No, she didn't believe it. How could this be? Are you certain? Han Yunxi murmured. I'm certain. Before you and His Highness returned, this subordinate found no less than 10 poison doctors to examine the tea leaf. Just then, His Highness even personally picked one to examine them. None of them were poisoned. For now, it's best not to alarm Madame Li. This matter still needs to be investigated. Chu Shifeng glanced at Madame Li and her daughter before lowering his voice to a whisper. Still, Han Yunxi heard every word clearly and her heart sank to the bottom. Brother, how can you be like this? Why are you so fierce? Is there something shameful going on? It was esteemed Wang Fei who said she could announce the results. Nobody forced her. What, are you going back on your word now? Mu Luiyue shoved Mu Qingwu aside and went straight for Han Yunxi. Esteemed Wang Fei, hurry and say something. Nobody forced you just then, right? Smart people could figure out what was going on at a time like this. Grand Concubine Yi was the first to speak. Han Yunxi, my Duke of Qin's estate always keeps our word. You're not really going back on your word, are you? With Grand Concubine Yi's words, who wouldn't dare to make things difficult for Han Yunxi? After all, everyone present liked to hit someone while they were down. Mu Fei, how could sister-in-law be such a person? She'll definitely reveal the true culprit. Sister-in-law, hurry and say it. Didn't you want to say it just then? Murong Wanru's voice was so pleasant to the ears. Han Ruoxue was impatient as well. That's right, that's right. Big sis, why aren't you saying anything? Just then, you were just scaring people, weren't you? Madame Li, who had a guilty conscience before, finally recovered. She didn't say a word, but watched Han Yunxi's embarrassment from the sidelines. This girl was still too tender to fight with her. How could it be so easy to find out that she'd poisoned her? Faced with the crowd's attacks, Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng were both anxious. Of course they knew that esteemed Wang Fei was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. But even if she didn't want to, she had to. Let's have esteemed Wang Fei take a step back and let Mu Luiwei do the same. Don't make Madame Li take too many precautions, Mu Qingwu thought as he dragged Mu Luiwei over. He was about to tell her about the severity of the matter when Murong Wanru shot a few looks at the crowd. Immediately, quite a few people began to kick up a fuss. Everyone, look! Esteemed Wang Fei's going back on her word. Don't show off before finding the true culprit. There's still 3 days until the deadline, so what's there to show off for? Show off when you don't have the skills. I never thought she was this kind of woman. She even said before that her medical skills were superb. I think those were all false rumors. I think she's just thick-skinned and sharp-tongued. Aya, it's not like her skin is thick today. Didn't everyone see it on the wedding day? Both Chu Shifeng and Mu Qingwu grew angry at the mockery and ridicule. Mu Qingwu held on to Mu Luiwei with one hand while his other clenched into a fist. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Han Yunxi's head was bowed, her silence frightening. This wasn't the first time she'd been surrounded and mocked, but this time was different. This time, she really did say that she'd reveal the truth and find the true culprit. But she was wrong. She'd lost, but when had she ever admitted defeat? All sorts of mockery and ridicule filled her ears, but Han Yunxi only heard one voice from the depths of her heart. I won't admit defeat. Even if she lost, she had to admit defeat wholeheartedly. But right now, she didn't want to admit defeat, much less her heart. The tea leaves weren't poisoned, right? Very well, she'd come personally to examine them. She hadn't even done so, so how could she say there was no poison? Although examining tea leaves for poison was a simple task that usually didn't make mistakes, she refused to believe it this time. Abruptly, Han Yunxi raised her head to meet the disdainful looks of the crowd. She raised her chin and looked disdainfully at the crowd. Word by word, her voice resounding, she declared, the true culprit behind the poisoning was present at the scene. This Wang Fei has the tea leaves as proof. Chapter 135. Han Yunxi really didn't stop until her words shocked everyone to death. Her words silenced the crowd, including Grand Concubine Yi and the rest. Everyone was caught off guard and gaped. Han Yunxi really said it. The real culprit was here? And she even had proof? Heavens, was this for real? Madame Li's reaction was the biggest. Her face was ashen white as her palms grew sweaty. Tea leaves. Did that tin of tea leaves really fall into Han Yunxi's hands? She found the 10,000 snake poison? The real culprit, was she the culprit? Madame Li couldn't even stand straight and fell back a few steps. At the same time, Han Yunxi looked over with a cold gaze. Right now, everyone's attention was on Han Yunxi. Seeing her look at Madame Li, the crowd followed her gaze. Madame Li's face grew even paler as she leaned against the door with nowhere to run. Han Ruoxue had no idea what was going on and quickly supported her mother. But Han Yunxi actually reached out and pointed at them. The real culprit is this mother and daughter pair. Her words were like a clap of thunder that resounded through the crowd. Too shocking! The crowd fell silent, but the crowd quickly backed away in fright. No matter whether Han Yunxi was speaking the truth or not, no one dared to put themselves in danger. After all, the culprit wasn't easy to deal with. Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng didn't expect Han Yunxi to identify Madame Li on the spot. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right to block Madame Li's escape while protecting Han Yunxi at the same time. Everyone was stunned except for Han Ruoxue, who was panting with rage. She didn't care about etiquette and pointed at Madame Li as well. Han Yunxi, you're framing us. What right do you have to frame us without proof? When these words came out, Madame Li finally regained her senses. She calmed herself down and immediately refuted. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Without any evidence, how can you frame us like this? We've always known our place and never fought over the Han family's things with you. Madame Su and her son are already in jail. You won't even let us off? Madame Li had steeled her heart and refused to believe that Han Yunshi would be able to detect the poison in that can of tea leaf. It was impossible for her to have that kind of ability. His lord appreciated her and wanted to kidnap her for his own use. However, she and He Sha were not convinced. He Sha's dissatisfaction was written all over her face, but her dissatisfaction with Han Yunshi was deep in her bones. She did not believe that Han Yunshi, a useless person, could suddenly become a genius overnight. She did not believe that the Han family, who was not proficient in poison, could produce a poison master. She also did not believe that her 30 years of hard work could not compare to a girl who was not even 20 years old. This time, she was going all out. Hearing Madame Li and her daughter's explanation, Mu Luiyue also regained her senses. She had to admit that Han Yunshi's words just now almost scared her silly. If Madame Li and her daughter were the real culprits, then wouldn't she be with the real culprit every day? Just thinking about it was scary. This Han Yunshi must have been driven mad to say such things. Coldly, she mocked. Just pointing at a random person as the culprit? Isn't it too easy to find the culprit? Esteemed Wang Fei, since you said the tea leaves have proof, then take it out for us to see. But Han Yunshi immediately ordered, Chu Shifeng, go bring Bailu here and that can of tea leaves as well. This Wang Fei wants to test it for poison right here. This Chu Shifeng didn't know what to do. Although he didn't understand poisons, he still had common sense. It was difficult to detect poisons in the human body, but not in the human body. It was much easier to find out if there was poison in the body. Even if the dosage was very small, as long as there was poison, it was usually easy to detect. Moreover, if there was poison in that big can of tea leaves, then there would be a lot of it. So many poison doctors had all come to the same conclusion. There was no poison. If esteemed Wang Fei wanted to test for poison in front of everyone, wasn't she digging her own grave? It'd be even more humiliating if they found out there was no poison. Chu Shifeng felt conflicted and still wanted to coax her, but Han Yunshi suddenly said sternly, "Why aren't you going yet?" Chu Shifeng gave a start at the sight of her sharp, knife-like gaze. He didn't dare to say a word, but braced himself and left. By now, the skies had darkened and more spectators had gathered around. Even many influential officials had heard the news and rushed over to mingle with the crowd. Crown Prince Long Tianma had also left the palace in plain clothes to hide in the crowd. The news had long spread like wildfire throughout the city. Everyone inside and outside the palace knew about it. While they waited, everyone kept quiet and didn't dare to speak. Mu Qingwu and a few guards surrounded Madame Li and her daughter in case anything unexpected happened. When Chu Shifeng really did bring in the tea servant Bailu and the tea leaves, the crowd grew even quieter. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi's tea leaves really did exist. Everyone exchanged glances and didn't dare to talk. It didn't seem like she was making things up, but that depended on whether the tea leaves were poisoned or not. While everyone was waiting to see what would happen, two people were stunned. Han Ruoxue and Mu Luiyue recognized Bailu as soon as they saw her. Then they saw the canister of tea leaves, which Han Ruoxue had planned to give to Mu Luiyue but forgot to do the same. Madame Li had personally handled the packaging and sealing of the canister, so Han Ruoxue was very familiar with it. How did Han Yunshi find Bailu and the canister of tea leaves? Could it be that she was telling the truth? Han Ruoxue looked uneasily towards Mu Luiyue, while Mu Luiyue looked back uneasily. In a flash, the two of them grew weaker. Han Yunshi took in everyone's reactions. Although she was only relying on her stubbornness and willfulness to check the tea leaves, she wasn't sure whether they were poisoned or not. But since she'd chosen to fight to the end, she had to be calm and unruffled. Even if she lost, she couldn't lose her momentum. She stepped forward naturally and gracefully, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Even Grand Concubine E and the rest felt a strange sense of inferiority. She'd never felt this way before the Empress Dowager. She pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Han Yunshi withdrew her gaze and spoke up. Everyone, this is the tea servant Bailu from the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop. She's a witness, while this canister of tea leaves is evidence of 10,000 snake poison. What's going on? Mu Luiwei immediately retorted. Are these the witnesses and evidence you mentioned? On what basis? Han Yunshi didn't reply, but signaled for Bailu to step forward with a look. This commoner is the tea servant Bailu from the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop, Miss Liue's personal tea servant. This canister of tea leaves was brought to the tea plantation by the Han family's second young Miss Luiwei a month ago. She was going to give it to Miss Luiwei, but forgot to give it to her. This commoner got greedy and hid it away. After testing, it was found to be poisoned with the 10,000 snake poison used on the young general. For the past 3 to 4 years, Miss Luiwei and second young Miss Han often came to the tea shop to drink tea. Almost every time, second young Miss Han would give tea leaves to Miss Luiwei, saying that they were made by her own mother and couldn't be bought outside. Bailu's words made all the smart people understand. Everything was clear now. If these tea leaves really were poisoned, then Mu Luiwei was an accomplice while Han Ruoxue was the true culprit. Through Mu Luiwei's hands, Han Ruoxue had poisoned Mu Qingwu. Madame Li, who made this canister of tea leaves, was the one who directly poisoned it. Mu Luiwei finally panicked. She was the clearest about how many tea leaves she had received from Han Ruoxue and how many she had given to her brother. Looking at the familiar canister of tea leaves, her heart almost stopped. It was as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. She kept retreating and couldn't say a word. How could this be? She was actually tricked by Han Ruoxue and became her brother's murderer. Her brother was poisoned with a slow-acting poison that accumulated over a long period of time. All these years, she had been sending tea leaves to her brother every month. No, she didn't want this to happen. No. This must be a coincidence. Suddenly, she rushed over like a mad woman and almost bumped into Han Yunshi. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. What right do you have to say that these tea leaves are poisoned? What right do you have? So, Miss Luiwei admits that these tea leaves were given by Han Ruoxue and that Bailu was right? Han Yunshi questioned. Mu Luiwei didn't think so much and angrily replied, Yes, I recognize this canister of tea leaves. It's the tea leaves that Han Ruoxue often gave to me. I often gave them to my brother. But what does this prove? What right do you have to say that these tea leaves are poisonous? That's right. What right do you have to say that it's poisonous? I don't believe it. Han Ruoxue also anxiously said. The two of them were like grasping at straws and refused to let go. If the tea leaves were poisonous, then Han Yunshi would win. If they weren't, then even if Han Yunshi's words were true, it would be useless. The key was in this canister of tea leaves. At this moment, Madame Li, who had been silent, finally opened her mouth. Esteemed Wang Fei, please speak with evidence. Otherwise, this commoner won't accept it. This commoner is innocent. Innocent. Madame Li still believed in her poison skills, and that Han Yunshi wouldn't be able to find out. Now that so many people were gathered here, it was a good thing. Everyone was watching. As long as Han Yunshi couldn't prove that the tea leaves were poisonous, then Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to catch her. As she shouted, she prepared to rush towards Grand Concubine Yi, but Mu Qingwu stopped her in time. She actually took the chance to kneel down. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, this commoner has been wrongly accused. The Duke of Qin's estate is making slanderous accusations without any proof. This commoner has been wrongly accused. Grand Concubine retreated far away. Although she was on guard, she was still speaking up for Madame Li. No matter the process, she only wanted result. As long as Han Yunshi lost the bet, her reputation would be ruined. Han Yunshi, didn't you say you wanted to test the poison on the spot? Madame Li won't accept it, so I'm sure many of the people here won't either. Why don't you try it for everyone to see? Grand concubine, he said coldly. In other words, Madame Li admits that she was the one who processed and packaged the tea leaves? Han Yunshi had to make sure. Madame Li didn't deny it, so she openly admitted it. Yes. Very good. Han Yunshi's voice was very loud. However, no one knew that at this moment she secretly took a deep breath. Only she knew that her detox system hadn't given her any warnings when she received the tea leaf. There were two possibilities. First, there was simply too little tea leaves, making it impossible for a regular poison doctor to detect it. Then her detox system would have to do a deeper scan. The other possibility was that there really wasn't any poison in the tea leaves. Right now, thousands of eyes were staring at her. Madame Li and her daughter's attitudes were resolute. The item in her hands would determine her honor and disgrace, as well as her life and death. It would be a lie to say that Han Yunshi wasn't nervous. Her conviction had supported her to this point. The next step would be the end of the road. Whether it would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, or a precipice, no one knew. Her heart raced as Han Yunshi gritted her teeth and opened the tea leaves. Her clear eyes stared at the tea leaves as she began a deep scan. Chapter 136. No poison. The results of the scan showed no poison. Han Yunshi sucked in a cold breath as she stared blankly at the tea leaves. In an instant, her back was drenched in sweat. No poison. No poison at all. How no one present knew what she'd done, but she stared at the tea leaves with an unsightly expression. Madame Li immediately spoke up. Esteemed Wang Fei, are you going to start testing for poison? Han Yunshi raised her head only to see Madame Li's eyes flash with ridicule. It was obvious that she'd done it on purpose. Madame Li had to be the culprit, but these tea leaves, esteemed Wang Fei, hurry and test it. Han Ruoxue urged as well. Mu Luiyue wasn't so patient. Cold, she said. Han Yunshi, say something? Why aren't you speaking again? What, you make it sound so nice, but when it's time to test for poison, you wilt. You're just scaring people. Playing with people? Don't think you're all that just because you're Qin Wang Fei. I'm telling you, if you don't find anything today, this young lady will go to the Empress Dowager and sue you for slander. As soon as she heard the words, Empress Dowager, Grand Concubine grew unwell. Her temper flared up as she demanded, Han Yunshi, what's wrong with you? Are you going to test or not? Han Yunshi looked at them with knitted brows. On one side, Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Although they didn't know what esteemed Wang Fei had done, her expression suggested that the tea leaves weren't poisoned. I told her so long ago. Why didn't she believe me? What to do now? It's hard to get off the tiger now. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, May esteemed Wang Fei test for poison, don't wrongly accuse a good person. Following that, more and more people chimed in. May esteemed Wang Fei test for poison, don't wrongly accuse a good person. Without a doubt, Han Yunshi had become the target of a multitude of arrows. She grit her teeth tightly. Everyone assumed that she'd run out of moves, but it wasn't long before she ordered coldly, Someone come, bring hot water and soak these tea leaves. This princess will now test the poison for everyone to see. If the scanner could not detect the poison, it was possible that there was no poison. However, there was another possibility, and that was that the Li Consortium's method of poisoning was so tricky that even the detoxification system could not detect it. She vaguely remembered that she had once seen a method of testing 10,000 snake poison in an ancient book. No matter how much 10,000 snake poison there was, it could be tested in an instant. There was no 10,000 snake poison in the modern era. She had never experimented with it and did not know if it would work. However, at this time, she did not care so much. This was a method that could not be helped. She could only brace herself and try. Since he had already given it his all, he might as well fight to the end. In the understanding of most people, Making tea to test for poison was nothing more than finding someone to drink tea to test the poison. This was a very simple method. As long as they tested it, the results would be out. Therefore, everyone was nervous. However, Madame Li sneered in her heart. Of course, she knew that Han Yunxi wouldn't be stupid enough to use the simplest method to test for poison. She was the one who saved Mu Qingwu. She should know that once the 10,000 snake poison entered the human body, it would not erupt without several years of accumulation. She thought that Han Yunxi might have used some kind of secret weapon to make the tea. It was a very powerful poison testing needle, poison testing stone, or something like that. If the poison did not enter the human body, even if it was only a tiny amount, it could still be detected by those poison testing tools. However, the poison she used was different. Even the most powerful poison testing stone in the world would not be able to detect the 10,000 snake poison she used. A trace of disdain appeared on Madame Li's lips as she waited patiently. Soon, the attendant brought hot water and a tea tray. However, who knew that Han Yunxi would say, "I don't want a teacup. Bring a big bowl." Big bowl? What did she want to do? Everyone was very puzzled. The ridicule on Madame Li's lips became even stronger. She couldn't be using a big bowl to make tea because she wanted to brew more poison, right? She was really stupid. It seemed that not only did the master overestimate this lass, but she also overestimated her. The attendant immediately changed to a big bowl. Soon, a big bowl of tea was brewed and placed on a small table. Everyone looked over, waiting to see what Han Yunxi would do next. Would she find someone to drink tea to test the poison, or would she take out some poison testing stone to test it? However, who knew that Han Yunxi would say again, "Someone, catch a goldfish. I want it alive." She didn't need anyone or any poison testing tools, but she actually used a goldfish? However, the principle of testing for poison was the same. Madame Li was still unperturbed. A goldfish's resistance was much lower than a human's, but so what? Han Yunxi would still be disappointed. Soon, the attendant immediately brought a goldfish that was alive and kicking. Everyone had been waiting for a long time and couldn't wait to see the results. Han Yunxi took the goldfish and walked to the front of the tea. Once again, she took a deep breath. She knew that everyone was very nervous at this moment, but she was more nervous than anyone else. Whether or not the records in the ancient texts were true or false, whether or not it had any effect, and what her fate would be, all depended on this one action. Once she put the fish in, everything would be decided. Perhaps it was because the fish was struggling too hard, or because her hands were trembling, but she couldn't control herself. She lowered her hand and steeled her heart to place the fish in the tea. In a flash, countless gazes gathered on her. Han Yunxi looked down as well and saw the fish scurrying about as soon as it entered the water. At the same time, she saw her own reflection in the tea, her pale face pale. The fish was swimming. Would it be poisoned? Would it die? Everyone couldn't take their eyes off her. Even Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng forgot to guard against Madame Li as they looked over nervously. Grand Concubine Yi had drawn close to stare as well. Han Yunxi's heart was pounding like a drum. Thump, 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 thump. As the fish swam, her heart beat faster and faster until it was hard to breathe. Time passed bit by bit. Sometimes the fish swam, sometimes it stopped. Everything was normal. Madame Li's lips drew up into a mocking smile. "Esteemed Wang Fei, how long are you going to examine it until you're done?" "I reckon it'll take until daybreak." Hee hee. Mu Luiwa laughed as well. It had been so long. If there was poison, the goldfish would have died long ago. The tea wasn't poisonous at all, so Han Yunxi had lied too much. "Aya, this is tea. If you examine it until daybreak, the goldfish might not survive," Han Shui said with relief. Han Ruoshu also felt relieved and reminded him with a smile. After all, tea was not clear water. The goldfish could only survive in the tea for 4 to 6 hours before dying naturally. Han Yunxi gritted her teeth and ignored them, keeping her eyes on the goldfish. She didn't even realize that her forehead had long been covered in sweat. It had been half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but the goldfish was still alive. Could it be that the ancient records were fake? Was she destined to fall into the hands of these women today? Han Yunshi, you should announce the results of the examination, Grand Concubine reminded coldly. She couldn't wait to see Han Yunshi honor her bet. Han Yunshi kept her head bowed and didn't reply. Mu Luiwei giggled. It's just a bet. If you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. There's no meaning in dragging it out like this. Han Yunshi, do you hear me? I'm ordering you. Grand Concubine said sternly. She didn't want to waste any more time. The goldfish swam happily in the tea. Han Yunshi stared and stared until she finally closed her eyes and slowly, very slowly, lifted her head. Seeing this, the crowd rejoiced in her misfortune and mocked her. But, suddenly Chu Shifeng cried out, "There's a situation! Esteemed Wang Fei, look, there's a situation!" A situation? Han Yunshi's eyes flew open and she lowered her head to see. The goldfish was still swimming, but it seemed to have lost its balance. Multiple times it tilted to one side. Without a doubt, this was a sign that its stomach was about to flip. Han Yunshi's heart pounded uncontrollably as if it was going to jump out of her chest. There's a chance. There's a chance. She clutched at her chest in agitation, not daring to blink as she stared fixedly at the goldfish. At the same time, the crowd was stunned as well. They all looked over again, including the self-confident Madame Li. She looked in disbelief and shook her head. How could this be? She didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. The goldfish wouldn't die, it wouldn't. However, very soon the goldfish stopped swimming. It stopped in the water and flipped over again and again, as if it was making its final struggle against the Grim Reaper. Unfortunately, after a few flips, it flipped over completely. Its pale white belly was exposed on the surface of the water. Then, little black spots appeared from the pale white. Gradually, there were more and more of them, and they became denser and denser. After a short while, the entire fish belly turned black. Heavens! In an instant, the onlookers all drew in a cold breath. The goldfish was dead and had turned black. It was poisoned. Han Yunshi was too surprised by this outcome. She wasn't sure if it would succeed. Moreover, she was really frightened just now. At this moment, her heart was still pounding wildly and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Of course, she wouldn't forget about the proper business. Once the poison was revealed, it was very easy to test what kind of poison it was. She hurriedly took out a golden needle and collected the blood stains on the fish's stomach. Who can test what kind of poison this is? Han Yunshi asked loudly. Someone from the crowd immediately responded, "I'll do it." An elderly man walked up and seriously looked at the goldfish's stomach. He then used his finger to touch the poisonous blood. After smelling it, he said with certainty, "This is snake poison." When multiple snake poisons are mixed together, it's known as the 10,000 snake poison. There were really experts among the people. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. I believe everyone has seen it clearly. This tea is poisonous. It's the 10,000 snake poison that the young general was poisoned with. Once this was said, the crowd slowly recovered from their shock and immediately started discussing. Oh my God, if he drank this all year round, then one day he would end up like this fish. This is too scary. This method is too sinister. How despicable. Madame Li and her daughter are really murderers. This is too scary. I didn't expect this. Madame Li stood far away. She was confident in her poison skills, but she never thought that a mere goldfish would be able to break her poison skills. The poisoning skills that she was most proud of and the reason that she had been calm and composed all along had been completely shattered. She had been completely denied. Although she was unwilling to believe it, she had nothing to say about this result. She had no choice but to accept it. Han Ruoxue stared blankly at the dead goldfish. She couldn't believe what she saw with her own eyes. The tea was poisonous. Mother had been using her to poison the young general? Mother, Han Ruoxue didn't even have time to make things difficult for Madame Li. Who knew that Mu Luiwe would suddenly pounce over and violently grab Han Ruoxue's hair? Bitch! You actually dared to do this. To think I trusted you so much, you bitch. I'm going to kill you. Mu Luiwe was as angry as a little beast. She pounced over and directly pulled out a lock of Han Ruoxue's hair. Chapter 137. I don't know anything. Sob, mother, why did you do this? It was all my mother who told me to deliver the tea leaves. I don't know a thing. Let me go, no. Sob. Mother, why did you do this? Why? Han Ruoxue didn't dare to fight back, but kept dodging as she wailed like a child. Mu Luiwe was like a shrew as she tugged at Han Ruoxue's clothes, pinching and beating her. The people around them all backed away, but in the midst of the chaos, Madame Li suddenly dodged Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng to claw at Grand Concubine Yi. Grand Concubine Yi screamed as Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng rushed over, but it was too late. Madame Li was only a step away from Grand Concubine Yi, but her claws were already on her neck. Her nails dug in, ready to end Grand Concubine Yi's life at any moment. Grand Concubine Yi was so scared that her face turned white, her eyes wide as her entire body trembled. She didn't dare to move. All of you get out of the way, or else I'll kill her right now, Madame Li said coldly. So what if Han Yunxi found her? It wasn't that easy to catch her. Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng weren't willing to give up. They both gripped their swords, neither advancing nor retreating. At the same time, the guards lying in ambush appeared to surround them. All of you back off, Madame Li said coldly as she increased the strength of her hands. Back off, all of you back off, Grand Concubine Yi shouted in fright. This was too frightening. If she wasn't careful, she'd be killed. Nobody expected this to happen. Chu Shifeng and Mu Qingwu had no choice but to back off. Not only the guards, but even Han Yunxi and the rest of the onlookers backed off. Only Han Ruoxue stood there in a daze, staring at her mother in disbelief. Mu Qingwu's sword rested against her neck. Madame Li, release Grand Concubine Yi or else your daughter, however. Before Mu Qingwu could finish his threat, Li Shi sneered, do whatever you want. Han Ruoxue was nothing more than a daughter she'd adopted to appease Han Kongan. She wasn't her biological daughter. She'd been hiding in Tianing country for so many years, carrying the heavy responsibility entrusted to her by her master. To her, children were nothing more than burdens. To her, Han Ruoxue was just a tool. She didn't matter. Han Ruoxue couldn't believe her ears and immediately burst into tears. Madame Li continued to speak coldly, everyone, step back. At his words, the cowardly Grand Concubine Yi immediately cried out in a sobbing voice, retreat! Do as she says. All of you back off. Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances, both sullen to death. Still, they had no choice but to keep backing away. Seeing everyone back off, Madame Li's eyes flashed sinisterly. She reached out with her other hand to pull Grand Concubine Yi closer, but it was then that a sword-on suddenly appeared in the air like a bolt of lightning, cutting down between Madame Li and Grand Concubine Yi like a hot knife through butter. No one had expected this, not even Madame Li. Out of self-defense, she subconsciously retracted her hand. But in that split second, Long Fei Yi appeared in the air, and kicked her viciously with his long legs, sending her flying. Madame Li wanted to use more poisons, but it was too late. Her entire body landed heavily on the ground, her organs in a mess as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Shifeng immediately threw the guards to surround her and pointed his sword at her, forcing Madame Li to stop moving. Long Fei Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his figure tall and slender. His black robes fluttered in the wind like a deity descending from the heavens as he slowly landed on the ground. Everyone looked over in disbelief. In that instant the world fell silent. It was His Highness Duke of Qin. His Highness Duke of Qin had arrived in person. It wasn't clear how many women had fainted in the crowd, but Mu Luiyue was so entranced that she forgot everything else. She wished that time would stop at this moment. As long as she could see His Highness Duke of Qin, she'd be satisfied for the rest of her life. He'd come as well. Han Yunxi's taut nerves finally relaxed as she unconsciously revealed a happy smile. With Long Feiyi here, she could set her mind at ease. Long Feiyi glanced at Han Yunxi before walking towards Grand Concubine Yi. A Ken came late and frightened Mu Fei. The frightened Grand Concubine Yi calmed herself down and finally realized what had happened. Tears filled her eyes as she clutched her son's hand, trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to hide the fear in her heart, but couldn't. Long Feiyi lightly patted her shoulder. "It's fine now. Mu Fei, don't be afraid." At this moment, the panicked Murong Wanru hurried over to embrace Grand Concubine Yi, comforting her in a low voice. "Mu Fei, it's fine now, it's fine. His Highness is here, so we're safe. Don't be scared, don't be scared." As soon as she was embraced, Grand Concubine Yi leaned into Murong Wanru's arms. She desperately needed a hug. She'd never encountered such a terrifying thing in her life. She'd almost lost her life. "Mu Fei, don't be scared, don't be scared. In the future, we won't care about sister-in-law's affairs. They're too dangerous." Murong Wanru took the chance to sow discord. But this time, it had no effect. Grand Concubine Yi was truly frightened. How could she care about Han Yunxi now? All she could think about was her own safety. She looked at Madame Li from a distance, frightened and flustered, ashamed and angry. "Son, she's the true culprit behind the poisons. You have to punish her severely. No, you have to kill her to prevent future troubles. My Tianing capital can't tolerate people like her." Mu Qingwu and Chu Shifeng separately brought over Han Ruoxue and Madame Li. Han Ruoxue was like a walking corpse, tears streaming down her cheeks as she said nothing. Meanwhile, Madame Li was glaring at Long Feiyi with eyes that seemed to be dripping with poison. Long Feiyi again. This guy had killed so many of her subordinate. If not for his interference, she'd have finished her mission long ago. She'd rather tear him to pieces. Long Feiyi looked disdainfully at Madame Li. In his eyes, Madame Li's hatred was nothing. Even if Han Yunxi hadn't discovered the poison today, he'd still make a move against Madame Li. He wouldn't allow any dangerous characters to exist. Of course, Han Yunxi's performance had exceeded his expectations. She'd done a beautiful job, leaving him very satisfied. He didn't even want to waste words with Madame Li. Coldly, he said, "The evidence is conclusive. Someone come, bring these two culprits to the justice courts to await trial." Bringing them to the justice courts was only a pretense. Madame Li and Han Ruoxue would both be sent to the solitary enclosure for secret interrogation. Long Feiyi was going to interrogate the traitor. But Madame Li suddenly broke into a cold laugh. "Duke of Qin, I urge you to release me immediately. Otherwise," as she spoke, she gave Grand Concubine Yi a meaningful look before continuing, "otherwise, I promise your Mu Fei won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Grand Concubine Yi's face turned black at her words. What did she mean? "You don't have the skills," Long Feiyi said coldly. "She's already been poisoned by my poison sex secret poison," Madame Li said, before shooting Grand Concubine Yi a disdainful look. "Old madam, do you feel an itch in your throat and neck? Do you want to cough?" Grand Concubine Yi was so frightened that she forgot about her body's strange state. Hearing Madame Li's words, she really did feel it and grew anxious. "Fei, send me to the city gates and I'll hand over the antidote. Otherwise, Madame Li demanded arrogantly. Long Feiyi hated being threatened the most in his life. He ignored Madame Li's arrogance and said sternly, "Someone come, take her away." Grand Concubine Yi was intimidated by his words. Although she was anxious, she didn't dare to speak. Chu Shifeng held Madame Li in place, but as soon as he turned around, his hands suddenly went numb. All of a sudden, he lost all strength. At the same time, Madame Li took out a dagger and aimed it at Han Yunxi, who was standing closest to her. Han Yunxi never thought that Madame Li could still struggle. She was so shocked that she forgot to dodge as the dagger drew closer. She cried out as she shut her eyes. But as soon as she did, a trickle of warm blood splattered onto her face. Was it her blood? But she didn't seem to feel any pain. Han Yunxi carefully opened her eyes and saw Madame Li standing in front of her, spitting up blood. She didn't move, the dagger in her hand less than 5 inches from her heart. Abruptly, Madame Li's grip loosened and the dagger fell to the ground. Han Yunxi's gaze slowly shifted downwards, only to see an arrow piercing through Madame Li's stomach from behind. Long Feiyi was standing right behind her, his cold eyes flashing with ruthlessness as if someone had touched his reverse scale. His rage soared to the skies. Han Yunxi was too shocked. Madame Li was the leader of the Northernly spies. If they interrogated her, they'd definitely find out a lot. She never expected Long Feiyi to kill Madame Li. Was it because it was too dangerous and he made the choice in a moment of desperation, or because he was angry? But what was he angry about? Madame Li slowly turned around and looked at Long Feiyi in disbelief. Your lordship won't even give you a chance to commit suicide. Long Feiyi replied arrogantly. After dealing with Madame Li, the other spies would be like a sheet of loose sand. How could he not handle them? Madame Li spat out another mouthful of blood before laughing out loud. Good, very good. You're worthy of being Tianning's Duke of Qin, worthy of being Qin Wangfei. Everyone knows that Tianning has the Duke of Qin, but not Emperor Tianhui. They only know that Qin Wangfei knows how to treat poisons, but they don't know that the true experts are those who know how to treat poisons. Ha ha! As she laughed and laughed, she collapsed to the ground and breathed her last. Meanwhile, the entire scene was silent. Madame Li's words were still ringing in everyone's ears. Long Feiyi's face was cold and gloomy. Many of the nobles in the crowd wore unsightly expressions. Crown Prince Long Tianma's face had even turned black. Madame Li's words had raised the Duke of Qin to the skies and trampled Emperor Tianhui to the ground. If those words reached Emperor Tianhui's ears, what would happen? Very soon, Grand Concubine Yi broke the silence. This shrew spoke nonsense. She actually dared to sow discord between the Duke of Qin and His Majesty. It's too easy for her to die like this. Although she was dissatisfied with both the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui in her heart and believed that the position of Emperor of the 9 and 5 should belong to her son, the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. Everything was set in stone now. Emperor Tianhui was on guard against the Duke of Qin to begin with, but he couldn't stand such provocations. This matter was so serious that Grand Concubine Yi even forgot about the poison in her body. Still, Long Feiyi only disdained Grand Concubine Yi's smoothing over the situation. His lips curved into a sneer that no one noticed as he ordered people to send Madame Li's corpse and Han Ruoxue away. Chapter 138. Seeing the guards retreating form, the crowd was still immersed in the tension and excitement from before. Their hearts couldn't calm down, but they still felt like something was missing. Your Highness, let's hurry and send Mufei back. Mufei's still poisoned, you need to find a doctor to take a look. Murong Wanru was very anxious. But these words made Han Yunxi feel awkward. She was clearly a poison doctor, but was Murong Wanru treating her like air? But Grand Concubine Yi actually nodded as well. Fei, let's go back. Hurry and find Mufei, a powerful poison doctor. Mufei's throat hurts. Long Feiyi didn't reply, but supported Grand Concubine Yi to leave. Han Yunxi cold looked on. She didn't mind Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru, but seeing Long Feiyi's retreating form made her feel like an outsider from head to toe. An indescribable sense of loss crept into her heart. All right, they'd always been a family. She was an outsider. When Madame Li poisoned her, her detox system hadn't alerted her. Either Madame Li was tricking people, or the poison really was a secret. If it was a secret poison, Han Yunshi would like to see what kind of powerful poison Dr. Grand Concubine E could find in the capital to treat her. Grand Concubine E, Murong Wanru, you've thrown rocks at me when I'm down because of the Han family matters and the bet. You better not beg me for help one day. Just as Han Yunshi was about to send them off with narrowed eyes, Long Feiyi suddenly turned his head and asked cold, Han Yunshi, you're still not leaving? Han Yunshi's heart gave a lurch. What a familiar phrase. He'd only said it to her once, when they went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. But for some reason, she felt like it was extremely familiar, like she hadn't been abandoned. Han Yunshi gave a start before she suddenly laughed. Your Highness, Chenxie still has a bet to take care of. I can't leave for now. As soon as she said this, Mu Luiyue, who had been staring blankly at Long Feiyi, suddenly woke up and looked at Han Yunshi. A bet. That's right, there was still the bet. Everyone who wanted more finally remembered that there was still the bet. They had all been frightened by Mrs. Li and had forgotten about it. No wonder they felt that something was missing. Han Yunshi admitted that she was a bad person. Mu Luiyue, an eye for an eye. Since you are heartless to me, don't blame me for being unjust to you. Afraid that Long Feiyi would leave, Han Yunshi hurriedly added, Your Highness, Miss Luiyue made a bet with Chenxie. If she loses, she has to honor the bet. Your Highness, let's go back. Mother's health is more important, Murong Wanru advised in a low voice. After all, she and Mu Luiyue were allies in this matter. But Long Feiyi didn't seem to hear her. In a low voice, he ordered Chu Shifeng to send Grand Concubine E back before turning to leave. Murong Wanru was puzzled. His Highness usually didn't like to join in on these kinds of excitement, so why was he interested today? But looking at Mu Luiyue, she couldn't help even if she wanted to. She could only leave with Grand Concubine E first. Seeing Long Feiyi walk over, Mu Luiyue's heart gradually sank. She felt unwell all over. In the past, she'd dearly wished to see this man again, even if it was just for a second longer. But now she only wanted to find a hole to crawl into. What kind of bet? Long Feiyi asked mildly, finally looking straight at Mu Luiyue. On one side, Mu Qingwu slapped his forehead. He knew his little sister was done for. His Highness Duke of Qin had long said he was interested in the bet. Wasn't he just asking the obvious? Mu Luiyue's head couldn't get any lower, her face burning as if on fire. She'd always dreamed of getting His Highness Duke of Qin's attention. No matter if it was her face or figure, she'd always taken care of it and dressed herself up. All these years, she'd been strict with herself, hoping to leave a good impression when His Highness Duke of Qin looked at her. But now was her most wretched and embarrassing moment. Not only was she stupid enough to be used by the culprit, she was stupid enough to make a bet with Han Yunshi. This let her vomit blood and die. How could she be so useless and stupid? She'd lost all face. Heavens, what would His Highness Duke of Qin think of her? We bet on whether Chenxie could uncover the culprit behind the poison within a month. There's still 3 days until the deadline. Chenxie wins, Han Yunshi said with a smug smile. She'd finally won, so of course she had to laugh to her heart's content. Mu Luiyue's hands clenched into fists as she listened. She cursed in her heart, Han Yunshi, you slut. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi continued to laugh. Your Highness, the loser has to take off her outer clothes and run around Xuanwu Street. Sob sob, Mu Luiyue finally couldn't take it anymore. She reached out and tugged on Mu Qingwu's sleeve, pleading for help. Big brother. Mu Qingwu's brows furrowed. Although he hadn't been biased towards his sister during the investigation and had been very fair, he still hesitated in the face of this kind of bet. Taking off her outer clothes and running around was too much. If she took off her outer clothes and ran around, she'd lose all her reputation. If Luiyue really did this, how could she continue to live? How could she establish herself in the capital's social circle? How could she get married? Moreover, even the general's residence's reputation would be lost because of her. Mu Qingwu hesitated for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. Esteemed Princess Consort, Your Highness, Luiwei is still young and doesn't know any better. This matter concerns a girl's reputation and will affect her entire life. I hope that you can give her a way out and let her off this time. Han Yunxi knew that Mu Qingwu would plead for leniency. She looked coldly at Mu Liyue's little hand that was tightly clutching onto Mu Qingwu's sleeve. Her lips curled into a trace of disdain. Some people were very unyielding, while others were very flexible. If Mu Liyue was a little braver, a little more responsible, and stubbornly kept her promise, she would actually be lenient. If Mu Liyue didn't rely on Mu Qingwu and begged her herself, perhaps she would be soft-hearted. But this girl didn't have the backbone to keep her promise, so she couldn't lower herself to beg her. This kind of girl, she really didn't know what she was proud of. Han Yunxi had won this bet beautifully, but it wasn't easy. If she let Mu Liyue off just because Mu Qingwu pleaded for leniency, she would be letting herself down. It had to be known that if she hadn't won today, no one would have pleaded for leniency for her. Her ending would have been even worse than Mu Liyue's. Mu Liyue dared to make such a big scene, so she had to pay the price. A bet is a bet, how can it be treated as a game? Han Yunxi mercilessly asked back. Big Brother had already pleaded, what else did she want? Mu Liyue was angry. She was about to refute, but Mu Qingwu stopped her. Mu Qingwu gritted his teeth and said, Esteemed Princess Consort. Who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, Han Yunxi would cut him off and ask, Young General, could it be that the people from your general's estate will go back on their word like this? Mu Qingwu was such a straightforward person, how could he endure this kind of questioning? He really wanted to answer Han Yunxi with a magnanimous no. If it was him, no matter what the bet was, no matter what the consequences were, he would definitely fulfill it to the end. However, this was his little sister's matter. For the sake of his little sister's fate, he could only endure it. After hesitating for a moment, he threw caution to the wind. He ignored Han Yunxi and looked towards Long Feiyi. Your Highness Duke of Qin, Luiwei is still a virgin, you absolutely can't do this. This humble subject begs your Highness to reconsider. When Mu Liyue heard this, her heart was slightly happy. She knew that her big brother was using the general's estate's face to beg the Duke of Qin. No matter what, the general's estate's position in the court couldn't be underestimated. At least compared to other people, the Duke of Qin would give her more face. Finally seeing a glimmer of hope, she wasn't as flustered as before. Instead, she was a bit expectant. She always knew that among the Duke of Qin's many admirers, she was the one who had the highest chance of winning his favor. Long Feiyi looked thoughtfully at Mu Qingwu and said indifferently, Take off her outer clothes and run through the streets? Who suggested this? When she heard this, Mu Liyue was overjoyed. Heavens, if His Highness Duke of Qin asked this, then there must be hope, right? Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have rejected it immediately. As if she had been reborn, Mu Liyue hurriedly raised her head, her face beaming with happiness. Your Highness, it was esteemed Wang Fei who suggested this, not me. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi disdainfully glanced at her and retorted coldly, Since you agreed to a bet, you must accept your loss. What else is there to say? At this moment, Mu Liyue immediately fell back onto her heels. Her entire body seemed to have been sucked dry of air. She went limp and paralyzed, her tears uncontrollably gushing out. His Highness Duke of Qin actually disdained her like this. He actually didn't give the general's estate any face. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Did he want her to fulfill her promise to take off her clothes and run through the streets? Did he want to watch helplessly as her chastity was destroyed? As it turned out, in his eyes, she wasn't worth mentioning at all. She was dispensable. As it turned out, the family she was most proud of, the general's estate, was also insignificant in his eyes. Sob. Finally, Mu Liyue cried out loud. All of her fantasies, all of her hopes were shattered. What could be more tragic than being treated like dirt by the man you've secretly loved for so many years? She couldn't bear this kind of blow no matter what. No. I don't want it. I don't want it, she wailed as she frantically tugged at Mu Qingwu's clothes. However, Long Feiyi didn't even look at her as he turned to leave. Miss Liyue, in front of His Highness Duke of Qin and so many people, you can't go back on your word. There are still 3 days, so you should think about it carefully. Han Yunxi cheerfully left these words behind, then hurriedly turned to chase after Long Feiyi, leaving Mu Liyue crying and wailing behind her. Long Feiyi really was heartless. He hurt her so deeply, but he didn't feel anything and just left. Han Yunxi couldn't help but wonder if everyone who liked him would be hurt by his coldness and heartlessness. After finally catching up with him, Han Yunxi obediently walked beside him. Just as she was about to open her mouth to thank him, Long Feiyi said indifferently, "You're still not going back?" Han Yunxi then realized that they were walking in the direction away from the Duke of Qin's residence. "You aren't going back?" Han Yunxi asked without rhyme or reason. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi stopped in his tracks and glanced at her. Without a word, his figure disappeared in a flash. This guy. Fine, where did he go? How could he explain to her? He must be going to the solitary garden to interrogate Han Ruoxue and dispose of Madame Li's corpse, right? Han Yunxi glanced back at the crowd that hadn't dispersed yet before remembering 7th Madame and Little E. She quickly ran towards the justice court's back doors. 7th Madame, please don't let anything happen to you. Now that the 2 branches of the Han family are gone, there's only you and Little E left. Fortunately, 7th Madame's injuries weren't serious, just a light concussion. Han Yunxi personally escorted 7th Madame and Little Ear back to the Han estate and took care of a few matters there. She hadn't slept all night and was planning to rest when someone from the Duke of Qin's estate arrived, saying that Murong Wanru was urgently looking for her. If Murong Wanru was looking for her at this time, then Grand Concubine Yi must really have been poisoned. Moreover, the poison doctors couldn't cure her. Han Yunxi was amused. Chapter 139. Although Madame Li wasn't a good person, Han Yunxi still admired her poison skills. Her poisons couldn't be treated by just anyone. She didn't know what was wrong with Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru's brains. They clearly knew Madame Li's poison skills, but didn't pay respects to a great Buddha like her to seek out a poison doctor? It's not even daybreak yet. What does Miss Wanru need me for? Han Yunxi asked despite knowing the answer. Begging for someone's help had to be proper. What did it mean to send a servant girl to find her without saying a word? This servant girl, Cui Ping, was Murong Wanru's trusted aide. Of course she knew what was going on, but Miss Wanru only told her to find someone without saying anything else. It wasn't good for her to act on her own. To reply esteemed Wang Fei, this servant isn't clear. Only, Miss Wanru is in a hurry. It must be something important that can't be delayed. The sedan chair is waiting outside, so let's hurry. Cui Ping was very smart. Han Yunxi only smiled. What kind of important matter could she have? Go back and tell her that I have a pile of urgent matters to take care of and can't leave. I'll go over later. Hearing this, Cui Ping grew anxious. Esteemed Wang Fei, Miss must have something urgent. Let's go back to the estate first. Of course Miss Wanru didn't have anything important, but Grand Concubine Yi did. Last night, esteemed Imperial Concubine had coughed non-stop as soon as she returned home. She'd found no less than 10 poison doctors, but none of them could find any poison. She'd found a few Imperial physicians as well, but all of them insisted that the coughing was caused by poison. It made her so anxious that she wanted to kill someone. Grand Concubine was the one who feared illness the most. Even a small cold was enough to make her temper explode, to say nothing of such a serious matter. All of the poison doctors and Imperial physicians were cursed until they knelt on the ground. Even Miss Wanru wasn't spared. As a matter of fact, Miss Wanru couldn't take it anymore and could only swallow her pride to find esteemed Wang Fei. Fine, fine, fine. You go back first. I'll take care of the matters on hand and catch up afterward. Is that all right? Han Yunxi asked politely. Cui Ping was, after all, a maidservant. When she heard this tone, she did not dare to say no. She could only hurriedly return. Han Yunxi glanced at the skies. It would be daybreak in another hour. Madame Li had said last night that she wouldn't let Grand Concubine E see tomorrow's sun. With the poison in her throat, Grand Concubine E should be coughing up blood by now. If Grand Concubine E really died, then she could be promoted to the rightful mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate. Even if it was just a title, it was still better than her current life. But she still couldn't harden her heart. Moreover, Grand Concubine E might be loathsome, but she wasn't as venomous as Murong Wanru. She only added insult to injury, but Murong Wanru had plotted against her on her own. Besides, she was a doctor. If she didn't save him, she would be no different from a murderer. She lazily stretched her body, got up, and said a few words to Chen Xiang before leisurely going out the door. Currently, the Duke of Qin's peony garden was a mess. Grand Concubine E was coughing up blood, a large mouthful of black blood. Imperial physician, imperial physician! Quickly summon the imperial physician. Hurry! Murong Wanru was so scared that her face had turned white as she shouted in a panic. If Grand Concubine E was gone, wouldn't she be chased out the door? The imperial physician and poison doctor both entered, frightened by the sight as well. The poison doctor quickly took a sample of the poisoned blood for examination, while everyone waited anxiously. Even the bad-tempered Grand Concubine E was enduring the itch in her throat. She didn't dare to make a sound as she watched. But the poison doctor could only confirm that she'd been poisoned, but couldn't determine the type of poison. Grand Concubine E was furious. Since she couldn't grab anything, she grabbed the hairpin on her head and threw it at them. Trash. A bunch of trash, all of you get out from me. Gram. Grand Concubine E coughed even more violently in her agitation. Soon enough, she coughed up another mouthful of black blood, her face turning green with fright. Did Han Yunxi come? Did she come? Of course she knew that Han Yunxi was much more formidable than these poison doctors, but she was someone who cared more about face than death. How could she stoop to beg Han Yunxi? But even if she didn't say anything, Murong Wanru should do it in her place. This was a matter of life and death. I did. She's at the Han estate, but she didn't come. Just then, I sent someone to find her. How could sister-in-law be like this? Murong Wanru replied hastily. Murong Wanru really wasn't willing to beg or give Han Yunxi a chance to perform meritorious deeds. She was waiting for Grand Concubine E to get angry and order for Han Yunxi to be summoned back by force. But Grand Concubine E only glared at her and scolded. Isn't it all because of you? Last night, I was perfectly fine when I let her come back with me. How could I suffer this? You go personally, right now. Be more polite when you speak. Grand Concubine E had seen Han Yunxi's personality before. She was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. When that girl got stubborn, she might not treat her even if she forced her back. It was almost daybreak. She didn't dare to joke around with her own life. She really regretted that the Duke of Qin had been there last night as well. They'd gone with the flow to get Han Yunxi to treat the poison. Wouldn't everything have been fine then? Murong Wanru was stunned. After all these years, this was the first time Mu Fei had criticized her like this. Mu Fei, I don't know either. Enough. Why aren't you going yet? Are you trying to kill me? Grand Concubine E shoved her harshly, scaring Murong Wanru into silence and out the door. Just as Murong Wanru was about to leave, Han Yunxi returned from the back door. She ran straight for the peony courtyard and rushed to Grand Concubine Yi's rooms without announcing her arrival. Mu Fei! Mu Fei! Hearing the voice, Grand Concubine E bolted upright on the bed, only to see Han Yunxi run inside in a hurry. Mu Fei, what time is it now? Why hasn't your poison been treated yet? Why didn't you say a word? Wanru is really something. She sent 2 people to find me in a row, acting so mysterious. No matter how I asked, they didn't say anything happened to you. Fortunately, Zhao Mama told me. Aya, how did she do things? What's there to worry about when it's a matter of life and death? She's taking your life as a joke. Han Yunshi complained as she pretended to take Grand Concubine Yi's pulse. Secretly, she'd already activated the detox system to do a deep scan. No matter how strong Madame Li's poison was, it couldn't escape Han Yunshi's advanced technology. Very soon, Han Yunshi had an idea of what was going on. Hearing Han Yunshi's complaint, Grand Concubine Yi's fists clenched. She was already angry that Murong Wanru hadn't gone to find her personally. Who knew that she'd sent someone without telling the truth? Han Yunshi wasn't wrong. This was taking her life as a joke. This girl didn't know what was important. It looked like she'd spoiled her rotten. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's breathing grow heavier, Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with craftiness. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand and cried out, "Oh no!" Grand Concubine Yi was so frightened that she almost fell off the bed. What's going on? Is there no hope? Mu Fei, you've poisoned her heart and lungs. There's no time. Han Yunshi said anxiously. Grand Concubine Yi only felt her vision darken as she grew dizzy. She grabbed Han Yunshi's hand and cried, "Yunshi, you have to save me. You have to save me. Mu Fei doesn't want to die." Yunshi? If Han Yunshi remembered correctly, this was the first time Grand Concubine Yi had called her so affectionately. When a person was about to die, all airs, face, and grudges were nothing more than fleeting clouds. Mu Fei, we've delayed for too long. If it was a bit earlier, even if it was just a bit, I'd have 100% chance. But now, I can't guarantee anything. Han Yunshi was in a difficult position. Then what do we do? What do we do? Grand Concubine Yi was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. Mu Fei, I'll try to use acupuncture needles to suppress the poison. Have the poison doctor find the medicine right away. I'll definitely do my best. As for whether or not we'll make it in time, Han Yunshi didn't finish, but Grand Concubine Yi didn't dare to listen. She hastened to say, "Hurry, hurry." There was no other way. She didn't want to die. Then Mu Fei, hurry and lie down. I'll do the needles right away. Han Yunshi pretended to be anxious. As soon as Grand Concubine Yi lay down, she took out her needles and carefully searched for acupuncture points on her neck. She even recited the prescription for the poison doctor. She was racing against time and doing her best. No one would suspect that she was faking it. Actually, as long as she used the needles, she could suppress the poison's flare-up and buy at least 3 days of time. But how could she not use this chance to play with Murong Wanru properly? If she wanted to get rid of Murong Wanru under the same roof, she had to win over Grand Concubine Yi's heart. After confirming the prescription, the poison doctor split up to get the medicine and boil it as fast as possible. It was a long time before Han Yunshi finished with the needles. She exhaled and sat down on one side. By now, the eastern skies had already turned the color of a fish's belly. It was almost daybreak. Grand Concubine Yi lay on the bed, her entire body stiff. She didn't dare to move. Mu Fei, does your throat still itch? Han Yunshi asked with concern. No, it doesn't itch as much. Yunshi, say, do you think we'll make it in time? Grand Concubine Yi was very nervous. Han Yunshi deliberately sighed. If I'd known earlier, then, speaking up to here, she quickly changed the topic to comfort her. Mu Fei, the heavens help the worthy. You'll definitely be fine, definitely. Any words of comfort were pale and powerless in the face of life. Grand Concubine Yi's eyes turned red as her mind turned blank. She only hoped that the poison doctor would hurry up and deliver the medicine. She didn't speak, but grabbed Han Yunshi's hand and held it tightly, as if hoping that Han Yunshi could give her some strength. Han Yunshi hesitated before reaching out with her other hand. Mu Fei, don't worry. Tell me as soon as your throat itches. Grand Concubine nodded, her nerves stretched taut as she focused on her throat. The waiting time was so long. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps came from outside. It's here. Grand Concubine rejoiced. As expected, a poison doctor personally carried in a steaming bowl of medicine. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, this was brewed according to esteemed Wang Fei's prescription. The medicine was here, but her throat hadn't even itched yet. There was still time. She was saved. Grand Concubine was so moved that she sat up on her own. Han Yunshi took the medicine and fed her mouthful by mouthful without stopping until she finished the last mouthful. She exhaled in agitation. Yunshi, will you be fine after drinking the medicine? Even the emperor feared death, to say nothing of an old lady like Grand Concubine. Han Yunshi was used to such fears and nodded. Congratulations, Mu Fei. Now there's no need to worry about your life. But it'll take a while for the medicine to take effect. I'll help you take out the needles later. Grand Concubine nodded again and again, her heart finally returning to normal. She leaned back against the pillow and silently exhaled. Han Yunshi quietly took her hand and took her pulse. Grand Concubine calmed down and saw Han Yunshi's serious expression. She couldn't help but re-evaluate this girl. Chapter 140. Grand Concubine examined Han Yunshi carefully. This girl's mother was the Empress Dowager's savior, but now she was her savior instead. Was this fate making fools of people? Grand Concubine had spent her entire life in the imperial harem. No matter what, she wasn't someone easy to deal with. Murong Wanru had sent someone to invite Han Yunshi over. Although she didn't say anything, Han Yunshi was smart enough to guess. Even if Murong Wanru went in person, she was still worried that this girl would hold a grudge and give her an inch for a yard. Who knew that she'd come of her own accord as soon as Murong Wanru left? In fact, this girl could have come a little later. She could have even been a little negligent when she was detoxifying the poison. So many poison doctors couldn't detect the poison. If she really died from the poison, this girl wouldn't be at fault. After all, once she died, this girl would become the mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate. But she not only ignored past enmity and came of her own accord, but did her best to treat her. At the very least, she had no ill intentions. Grand Concubine sighed with emotion in her heart. Han Yunshi, Han Yunshi. If you hadn't mixed with the Empress Dowager, I wouldn't have been unable to tolerate you. With your brilliant poison skills, you might even be able to give Fei a helping hand. After taking her pulse, Han Yunshi examined her carefully to make sure the poison was fading away. Then she removed the needles from her acupuncture point. Mu Fei truly is blessed by the heavens. The poison's pretty much gone, but there's still some residue that needs acupuncture. Starting tomorrow, Chenxia will come every day to treat Mu Fei with acupuncture. You'll recover after 3 days. During this time, I ask Mu Fei to eat as light a diet as possible and eat more things to moisten your throat, Han Yunshi instructed. Grand Concubine was naturally happy, but now that her life was no longer in danger, she calmed down and wasn't as agitated as before. She nodded. Very good, Han Yunshi laughed in her heart. Then Mu Fei should rest first. If there's anything, call Chenxia over at any time. Grand Concubine waved her hand lazily, but after a pause, she still spoke. This time, it's all thanks to you. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She finally felt a sense of accomplishment from saving someone. She smiled and said, "This is what this concubine should do. This concubine will take her leave." Unexpectedly, she hadn't even stepped out of the door when Murong Wanru suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Mu Fei. Mother, I can't find her. Murong Wanru was dumbfounded at the sight of Han Yunshi. Why was this woman here? She searched everywhere in the Han family, but no one knew where Han Yunshi had gone. She regretted it and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to save her mother's life if she was too late. Who knew that Han Yunshi would actually be here? Wanru, no matter what happens in the future, just say it. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to bear the consequences, Han Yunshi said indifferently as she walked past Murong Wanru and left. Murong Wanru woke up with a start after the door slammed shut, only to see Grand Concubine Yi staring at her with narrowed eyes. Imperial Mother, you? This concubine's life was almost ruined by your hands. You still dare to squabble with your sister-in-law over such a serious matter? Who gave you the guts? Grand Concubine Yi demanded angrily. Murong Wanru had calculated everything perfectly. If she went to invite her personally, then even if Han Yunshi didn't come, she could have Mu Fei forcefully summon her back. There was still time. How would she know that Han Yunshi would come of her own accord? Mu Fei, I didn't. I thought she knew. How could she not know what was going on if I went to invite her at that time? Murong Wanru could only defend herself like this. Grand Concubine Yi understood the gravity of the situation here. She grew even angrier. Enough, stop trying to explain yourself. You're clearly risking my life. Don't think I can't tell. How could Grand Concubine Yi not know Murong Wanru's true feelings towards Han Yunshi? Grand Concubine Yi could allow her to play tricks on Han Yunshi, but she'd never allow her to play tricks on her. Murong Wanru understood Grand Concubine Yi's temper very well. She knew she had no room to defend herself, but she was too surprised. She never thought that Han Yunshi could catch her off guard in front of her most doting Mu Fei. Han Yunshi, Murong Wanru, won't rest until I get rid of you. She knelt down, delicate and pitiful, and choked with sobs. Daughter was wrong. Daughter was gravely wrong. Mu Fei, please punish me severely. Grand Concubine Yi's anger wouldn't dissipate so easily. She pointed at the door. Get out immediately. Shut yourself up and reflect on your mistakes. Without my orders, you're not allowed to leave. Han Yunshi heard this from the door, and almost burst into laughter. Fortunately, she held back in time. Satisfied and in a good mood, she left for real. As soon as she reached the hibiscus courtyard, Han Yunshi knew that Long Fei Yi hadn't returned at all. That guy really was heartless. Mu Fei's life was on the line from being poisoned, but he didn't even show his face. She ate breakfast as she asked, Is Chu Shifeng not here either? He went out yesterday afternoon and hasn't come back. Esteemed Wang Fei, the entire estate knows about what happened yesterday. You're so formidable. Zhao Mama smiled as she gave her a thumbs up. Last night's events would cause a sensation for days. It wasn't the first time Han Yunshi had made headlines in the capital, so she didn't care much. But Zhao Mama's words reminded her of Madame Li's words before she died. Everyone knew that Tianning had a Duke of Qin, but not Emperor Tianhui. Everyone knew that Qin Wangfei's poison skills were brilliant, but not that she was an expert in detoxification and poisoning. How much trouble would these words bring to Long Fei Yi? How much trouble would that bring to her? Would Long Fei Yi be able to settle the matter of a traitor in the Han family that implicated the entire family? She didn't know if that fellow was in the palace or at the solitary enclosure right now. She could only wait until he came back to find out the situation. Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi lost her appetite. She was exhausted from a sleepless night, so she told Zhao Mama not to disturb her before going upstairs to rest. After being kidnapped, faced with Madame Su's false accusations, and then the matter of the bet, Han Yunshi hadn't had a good night's sleep yet. Although her mind was full of worries, she was still exhausted. She didn't even reach the bed before she fell on it and pretended to be dead. After lying there for a long time, she lazily turned over. Who knew that when she looked up, she would see a pair of enchanting eyes staring at her with a smile on the roof beam. Ah! Han Yunshi shrieked as she bolted upright, scared out of her drowsiness. Wasn't this fellow the devilish owner of the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop, Gu? How did you get in here? She cried out in alarm. The Duke of Qin's estate was heavily guarded, and this hibiscus courtyard was even more airtight. This fellow had actually snuck in without a sound. Seeing Han Yunshi's reaction, Gu's smile became even more brilliant. He hooked his legs onto the rafters and hung down like a bat. He chuckled at Han Yunshi. I thought you weren't afraid of anything, but it turns out you're such a coward. Han Yunshi rolled her eyes and asked warily, What are you doing here? Poison lass, is this how you treat your savior? Gu asked seriously. Han Yunshi imitated his serious appearance and asked back, Where is my savior? Gu Qishao arrogantly pointed at his chest with his thumb. Here. Han Yunshi put on a fake smile. I don't know you. Gu immediately flipped over and sat beside Han Yunshi. Hey, no matter what, I risked my life to save you. Are you really going to turn your back on me? Han Yunshi immediately stood up and put a safe distance between them. She looked at him with disdain. If you have something to say it quickly. No matter where this evildoer came from, with his dissolute nature and unruly appearance, he must be a bad guy with no bottom line and no integrity. It was best to stay away from him. Tsk, heartless lass. Gu looked dejected. Enough of that. If you had acted earlier, would you have risked your life to save me? Although Han Yunshi had pleaded for leniency on behalf of the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop, that was just to spite Long Fei. Gu Qishao had saved her for the same reason as Long Fei. They'd both delayed until the very end and ignored her danger to lure out the true culprit behind the scenes. Gu Qishao's martial arts skills were definitely on par with Qingyi's. He could very well have saved her back in the caves. After being exposed by Han Yunshi, Gu stroked a strand of hair behind his ear and slowly smoothed it down. He did not quibble. Han Yunshi raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Her heart was filled with emotions. Why did this guy's smooth movements look even prettier than a woman's? And it did not look awkward at all. Could it be that everything would be beautiful if one was beautiful? Of course, Han Yunshi would not be bewitched by his beauty. She did not hold back. Why are you looking for me? Long Fei was already unhappy when she took off her shoes and sock. If he knew that a man had barged into her room, who knew how that conservative iceberg would react? I have something to do, Gu immediately replied. Then tell me. Actually, Han Yunshi was still very curious. If he took the risk to barge in here to find her, there must be something. Gu chuckled and got up to approach. Han Yunshi immediately retreated. Stay away from me, or else I'll call for help. This guy was really brilliant when given a little sunshine. Give him an inch and he would want a mile. Only then did Gu Qishao stop and ask in a low voice, Lass, who taught you your poison skills? Who told you to use goldfish to test for 10,000 snake poison? Last night, Gu was also at the Supreme Court's entrance and saw the entire process of Han Yunshi testing the poison. Not to mention the Li family, even he did not know that goldfish could test for 10,000 snake poison. Presumably, the masked man behind the Li family did not know either. This lass was really amazing. Who was her master? Where did she learn her poison skills? If Han Yunshi remembered correctly, this guy had asked her the same question back in the cave. He couldn't have chased her all the way here just to ask this question, right? I thought you were here to plead for leniency for the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop. Han Yunshi was surprised. This gentleman can afford to lose a trifling tea shop, Gu smiled confidently. This gentleman is more interested in you and your poison skills. What an evildoer! Han Yunshi actually felt rather sorry for the tea shop. She wanted to find a chance to ask Chu Shifeng how he dealt with Long Fei, but it looked like there was no need for that now. As for her poison skills, a third came from innate talent, a third came from hard work, and the last third came from the help of the detox system. If someone had to ask her who her master was, she could only say that it was the detox system. This formless system contained all sorts of knowledge about poisons from ancient times to modern times. Even now, she was learning as she used it. Of course, this was a secret, her biggest secret. She would never tell anyone. And who taught you your poison skills? You're the owner of a tea shop, but your poison skills aren't bad either. No wonder Long Fei investigated you, Han Yunshi cleverly changed the topic to Gu.